Girls but ain't a gallus. So shit but ain't a dealer. I held a gun but ain't a killer. Can I keep it any realer? Get girls but ain't a gallus. So shit but ain't a dealer. I held a gun but ain't a killer. Can I keep it any realer? Nah. Old man, old school, young jam, all black, MZ, still screaming out that chain gang, old gang, old man, old school, young jam, all black, Smoke up, that's in the blem. Free up the guys, then dip out the ends. Jump in the ride, then burn out the rims. Don't stop, don't touch the boy, I'm at end. Work for the yacht for events. Skin kept close, cause you plotting on them with the tits on 10. Back in the back, that's on tap, all ready to go and jump in. Gotta keep it real in the ends. Never leave crib with the ends. Me and that kid, we don't even need to pretend.
मेरा नाम फोजिया है।
मेरा नाम TEZ FFMIC।
Hi guys, I am Ekaka.
This is Nancy.
हम थोड़ा टीमों को रैंक करने आए हैं।
According to their performance.
तो ब्रॉन्ज वाली टीमें यहाँ पे देखनी पड़ेगी, कहीं ना कहीं छुपी निकलेंगी।
मेरे को दिख गई।
दिख गई?
यस ब्रो यस।
आज हम बैठे हैं जो टॉप 18 है उन्हें रैंक करना है एक करके। मेरा नाम जोएब है।
I am Ayush. I am very excited. 3 साल से वेट किया है।
My name is Kaushik Malik.
My name is Predator.
I want to do revenge.
बाकी सब अच्छे हैं तीनों। कीड को तो समझता ही नहीं प्लेयर।
ये टीमें कुछ हवा में उड़ रही हैं। इनको लग रहा है कि ग्रैंड मास्टर पे जाके बैठेंगे। इनको बैठाते हैं कि पोजीशन करते हैं कहाँ बैठाने हैं। चल माफिया शुरू करते हैं। कहाँ पे ढूंढनी तो पड़ेगी। मिल गई क्या तेरे को? इसमें तो वही प्लेयर है जिसको तासियो चाहिए शायद।
यस यस लाइक ना मैचेस उससे
मेहनत कर रहे हैं यार। डाल दे चल तू। तूने कहा प्लेटिनम, तेरी सुन लेते हैं पहले तो। प्लेटिनम पे इनको जो मेरी टीममेट है, इनके टीममेट है, एक्स टीममेट है, तो कुछ अंदर की बातें ऐसी बता रखी है जिसके कारण हम इनको प्लेटिनम में रखना चाहेंगे।
हमें पता है कुछ इनके बारे में सब कुछ।
पता तो सबके बारे में है, बस राज कब खुलने वाले हैं वो देखने वाली बात है। इसकी अगर मैं बात करता हूँ गोल्ड लेग की, कभी तो रहेंगे बोर्ड के टेबल पे, कभी रहेंगे टेबल टॉप पे। ब्रॉन्ज पे रख दूं,
हीरोइक पे रख
दे, बीच में करते हैं।
उनका सिनर्जी बहुत अच्छा सेट है। उनके सारे रशर का स्नाइपर के कवर में खेलते हैं तो उनका पूरा कोऑर्डिनेशन अच्छा है।
टीम अच्छी है, इसके प्लेयर्स अच्छे हैं और टीममेट जो है वो मेरे दोस्त भी रहने वाले हैं। लेकिन जो इसका ओनर है ना और का, अभी उसने बीच में कुछ ऐसा माहौल खराब कर दिया तो मैं यहाँ पे लगाता हूँ।
ऑटोबॉक्स कौन सी टीम है?
ये भाई है ना सारे।
बस हमारे इनसे फाइट होती रहती है तो हम इनसे मोस्टली जीतते ही हैं।
इस टीम की अगर हम बात करें, इसको कुछ सुनने में आया मेरे को, अगर वो चीज सच्चाई है तो शायद मैं इनको ब्रॉन्ज पे रखना
तो फिर ये इस लिस्ट में भी रहना डिजर्व नहीं करता अगर वो चीज सच है।
अगर वो चीज सच है तो शायद ये लिस्ट से बाहर हो जाएंगे 18 से। इनका पता ही नहीं है तो इनको थोड़ा लिस्ट से थोड़ा दूर रखते हैं, इनके बारे में आइडिया ही नहीं है। तो शायद अंडरडॉग से आ रही है टीम, शायद इसलिए हम इनको नहीं जानते। तो डेफिनेटली वो टीम अच्छा खेलेगी तो हमें भी खुश होगी उस चीज को। डायमंड रखना चाहिए हमें,
क्योंकि हमारे इनसे क्लैशेस होते हैं 2-3 जगह तो हम वो मोस्टली जीतते ही हैं। तो फिर भी हमने इनको डायमंड दे दिया।
एंड बोंटी भाई हमारे रह गए तो वो डायमंड है तो डायमंड पे रख देंगे। चाहे बचते हैं, डांस करते हैं, लेकिन कोई बात नहीं, नाचने का शौक है मुझे लग रहा है उनको, तो डेफिनेटली उनको नचाएंगे। मेरे को सुनने में आया था कि इनका जो प्लेयर रहने वाला है कर्मा, उसको शायद कुछ ऐसा इंसिडेंट हो गया था, उसके बावजूद भी वो गेम खेल रहा था ना, तो डेफिनेटली वो टीम ग्रैंड मास्टर में डिजर्व कर रही है।
उनकी डेडिकेशन ही बस उनको क्वालिफाई कराई है।
मतलब ये टीम अंडरडॉग से आ रही है और मेहनत कर रही है काफी ज्यादा। होपफुल अच्छा खेलेंगे लोग, इसके बारे में बोलना ही नहीं है कुछ, ये बोलने लायक ही नहीं है।
बाकी जो है वो तो आपको दिख ही जाएगा मैचेस में। अब
R&T ये अच्छी टीम है, मेहनत करती है बराबर। लोगों ने सुना होगा कि स्नाइपर गोड होते हैं, बट हमारे पास में डेविल है। डेविल ये तुम्हारे हाथ में रहेगी।
दे डिजर्व ग्रैंड मास्टर।
कहते हैं ना टीम टोटल गेमिंग, हर किसी को घी हजम नहीं होता।
अपनी तरफ हम बोल के नहीं करेंगे, गेम दिखा के ही करेंगे जो भी है।
तो हम नीचे से ऊपर जाना चाहिए, वहाँ पे क्या कहना चाहिए?
हम खुद को ब्रोंज पे रखेंगे, हम खुद अपना बोल के नहीं, हम अपने गेम से यहाँ जाएंगे।
टीम टाइकून्स का मैं एक्चुअली मेंटोर रहने वाला हूँ, तो इस टीम को बिल्ड भी मैंने किया था। और जिस प्रकार से टीम खेल रही है, जैसा आपने बताया, यंग ब्लड रहने वाले हैं, जिस प्रकार से मेहनत कर रहे हैं, अनबिलीवेबल है। बस इनका गेम जिस दिन चलता है तो सामने कोई टिकता नहीं। इनको हम रखना चाहिए हीरो पे, क्योंकि ये अपना हीरो वाला काम करते हैं, अपने काम का मतलब रखते हैं, गेम प्ले में फोकस,
और किसी को चुल नहीं काटते हैं। सो मैं रिस्पेक्ट टू भाई गॉड्स गेम।
नॉन स्टॉप गेमिंग को देखना चाहिए कैमरा पे। जो इनके ओनर हैं वो मेरे खास दोस्त हैं। इनकी टीम भी अच्छा खेल रही है, मेहनत कर रही है, बट थोड़े बहुत टीम बच्चे हैं, बच्चे तो बहुत रास्ता भटक जाते हैं, और वो डेफिनेटली एनजी भाई इनको बहुत अच्छे से गाइड करेंगे बच्चों को, और इनको लेके जाएंगे। तो एनजी भाई के लिए ऊपर हम ग्रैंड मास्टर कर देंगे। तो इनको तो मेरे ख्याल से ग्रैंड मास्टर से ऊपर ग्रैंड मास्टर नहीं होता क्या?
यहाँ पे चढ़ा चाहिए इनको तो भाई, बीच में कर देते, क्योंकि उनके पास एक इंटरनेशनल कोच है जो उनकी पूरी गेम कैरी करता है। चल गए तो चल गए, बहुत गंदा मारेंगे, और नहीं चलो फिर बॉटम पे ही रहेंगे। इसलिए इनको हम एवरेज में ही रखते हैं, नीचे और बीच में। ये लोग भी डिजर्व करते हैं ग्रैंड मास्टर और हीरोइक के बीच में।
आपको पता है कि जब एक्सपीरियंस किसी टीम के पास में रहता है तो वो टीम प्लस पॉइंट पे रहती है, बट ये स्टार्टिंग से स्टार्ट करके आ रहे हैं, उसके बावजूद भी इतना अच्छा खेला, और एक्सपीरियंस टीम भी बाहर हुई है इसके अंदर काफी ज्यादा। अगर मैं बात करूँ टफेस्ट कॉम्पिटिशन की हमारी, तो 2 रहने वाले हैं। एक रहने वाली टीम टोटल गेमिंग, एक रहने वाली टीम टाइकून्स।
और अगर हमें खुद को हटाना है तो सेकंड पे हम रखेंगे गॉड लेक को, क्योंकि गॉड लेक अभी इस टाइम पे बहुत अच्छा खेली है इस मेटा में। सो डेफिनेटली ये दोनों टीमें बहुत अच्छा कॉम्पिटिशन देंगे हमें।
Non-stop gaming.
Where to keep this, bro?
Heroic.
Heroic.
என்ன கேட்டா அவன் கேட்டா என்ன சொல்ல?
நல்லா இருக்கு, சூப்பரா ஆடுவாங்க. So they will play good and they having more firepower equal to us. So we are keeping non-stop gaming here.
அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் நல்லா இருக்கும், அப்புறம் ஜோன் ரொட்டேஷன் நல்லா இருக்கும். கார்னேட்டட் ஆர்மி எப்பவுமே தேர்ட் பார்ட்டில தான் இருக்காங்க. 4 vs 4 எப்பவுமே லாஸ்ட் தான். ஸோ அதனால சில்வர்.
They can't do 4v4 with us, so they will come with third party only. So we are keeping him in silver. In last Free Fire video, we saw that BB NMR banded. He say he's easy to take class with us. In last tournament, we landed in Refinery. We beated them. Then next map also they will clash with us, but they didn't come. But they are saying he's easy to clash with us. So we keeping him this year 18. Oh, average.
ஓகே பிளாட்டினம்.
This is my ex team, Autobots Esports. Now we are playing for Godlike. PN one more team having. They play for Autobots Esports. Now they are not performing like us. They will be in platinum.
அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் இப்போ வர கம்மியாகிடுச்சு. ஃபஸ்ட்டு நல்ல ஃபயர் பவர் இருந்தது, அவங்க கொஞ்சம் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்லா வருவாங்க. அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் நல்லா இருக்கும், பட் ஃபைனல்ஸில் பர்ஃபார்ம் வந்து கம்மியாக தான் இருக்கும். இந்த FFMICல பார்க்கலாம் ஃபைனல்ஸ் என்ன பண்ணுறாங்கன்னு.
This is also third party team. Whenever we will fight, they will come back and they will stab us and do anything in last zone fight. They are equal to us almost. They are doing recent tournaments good.
அவங்களோட புது டீம் நல்லா இருக்கு, நல்ல ஃபயர் பவர். லாஸ்ட் டைம் அவங்க சாம்பியன் ஆனாங்க ஒரு டோர்னமெண்ட்டில், அதுவும் FFMICல நல்லா குவாலிஃபை ஆகிட்டு வராங்க. கம்பேக் ஐ திங்க்.
They are in downfall before 1 month. Now they are playing in boot camp. They are playing in good way. So I am keeping them in heroic.
ஃபார் டைமண்ட் லாஸ்ட்டாக இருக்கிற டோர்னமெண்ட் டிடோமாவில் வந்து நல்லா ஆடினாங்க. பூயா நல்லா அடிப்பாங்க, அதிகமாக பூயா அங்கே தான் மேக்ஸிமம்.
They will only consider it for Booyah, so I am keeping them in diamond.
ஃபைனல்ஸ் எப்போவுமே ஃபைனல்ஸ் வந்து ரெவனட் எக்ஸ்பார்க் டீம் வந்து நல்லாவே ப்ளே பண்ணோம். அவங்களோட பூயா கில்ஸ் எல்லாமே நல்லாயிருக்கும்.
These two are also good teams, so I make them in Grandmaster. Godlike should be top of these two teams. This 18 teams itself, so I am keeping Godlike here. Godlike Esports is in Grandmaster. Last 7 months we are the number 1 team. Definitely we will win this, so I keeping here.
பிகாஸ் வி ஆர் பெஸ்ட்.
They are playing good really.
ஆர்ஜி ரெக்கனிங் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் வீக் 1 வீக் 2 2 நல்லா பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ் பண்ணாங்க.
We are keeping them in heroic. They are average team, so I am keeping here.
என்ன சொல்கிற, என்ன சொல்ல?
நல்லா ஆடுவாங்க, ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி இல்லை, அந்த மாதிரி தான் சொல்லி முடிச்சு விடுவோம்.
ஓகே, அவங்கக்கிட்ட ஐஜிஎல் சரியில்லை, பட்டு ஃபயர் பவர் ஓகே, ஃபயர் பவர் நல்லாயிருக்கும், பட் ஐஜிஎல் சரியில்லை. ஐஜிஎல் மட்டும் கொஞ்சம் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்ல டீமாக வருவாங்க.
They are not concentrating in strategies. They are only doing rotation like that. They are coming only third party like that. We want to take proper 4v4. They want to improve a lot, so I keeping them in down.
அவங்க 4v4 ஃபைட்டில் கொஞ்சம் வீக்கு தான். ஜோன்லேயே நிறைய சுற்றுவாங்க, ஜோனை விட்டு கொஞ்சம் உள்ளே வந்து ப்ளே பண்ணலாம், அப்போயாச்சும் இம்ப்ரூவ் ஆகும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். வீக் 2ல் வந்து மேட்ச் 3க்கு 7 பாயிண்ட் நம்ம தான் இருந்தாங்க. அடுத்த 3 மேட்ச் கம்பேக் கொடுத்து நல்லா வந்தாங்க.
Week 2, they are almost got eliminated. First 3 matches they got 7 points like that. Next 3 match he got almost 50 above points and they got selected. So I keeping there in platinum. Now only they started team. We know how they will play in this tournament only. We didn't saw properly. So I am keeping them in here.
அவங்க 4v4ல் வீக்காக தான் இருப்பாங்க, அவங்களும் ஸ்ட்ராங் கிடையாது. இதுக்கு மேலே அவங்க இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்லாயிருக்கும். அவங்களோட ஃபயர் பவர் இப்போ கம்மியாகிடுச்சு. ஃபஸ்ட்டு நல்லா அதிகமாக இருந்தது, இப்போ ரொம்பவே கம்மியாகிடுச்சு. அவங்க இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் நல்லாயிருக்கும்.
Past 2 months they are performing low compared to before 3 months ago. They played really well. So we are keeping them in platinum. First reason I am keeping them in platinum, they are my friends. They are upcoming team from Tamil Nadu. This is my ex-org. They only recruited them. I think this time they will perform really well. I am keeping them in platinum.
இன்னும் ஃபயர் பவரில் ரொம்பவே கம்மியாக இருக்குது. அவங்க இன்னும் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணணும். ஐஜிஎலும் சரியில்லை. சரி, அவங்க ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணி ஃபயர் பவர் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணால் லெட்ஸ் கோ டு பிளாட்டினம்.
We are playing 6 years almost together. They only play with 3 like that. So I am keeping them in here.
டோட்டல் கேமிங் ரெவனன்ட் எக்ஸ்.
These two we are thinking
பிகஸ்ட் ஐலண்ட்
handle in final. So we are saying these two teams is a tough competition to us.
क्या लगता है कहाँ रखना चाहिए?
इधर से ही ले।
हीरोइक बहुत टाइम से कंसिस्टेंट खेल रहे हैं, अच्छा खेल रहे हैं.
अच्छी टीम है, मतलब मेरे ख्याल से अभी फॉर्म में भी चल रही है, तो हीरोइक में सही है मेरे ख्याल से.
सोल ब्रॉन्ज, क्योंकि हमारा उनके साथ बिल्कुल नहीं जमता।
तो उनका टूर्नामेंट ज़्यादा अच्छा नहीं जाएगा, यही लगता है मुझे।
इनको कहाँ रखना चाहिए?
सिल्वर
नहीं, गोल्ड पे रखते हैं, सिल्वर या गोल्ड।
गोल्ड गोल्ड।
एक दोस्त खेलता है मेरा जाना पहचाना, इसलिए।
मुझे लगता है नया टीम बना है और थोड़ा टाइम लगेगा आई थिंक उनका सिनर्जी और कोऑर्डिनेशन बनने में इनका।
प्लेटिनम में रख सकते हैं। प्लेटिनम क्योंकि इनके पास एक्सपीरियंस है, बहुत अच्छे पुराने प्लेयर है, 6 साल से खेल रहे हैं। आई थिंक बेटर कर सकते बहुत।
इनके पास एक बहुत अच्छा आईजीएल है राधे भाई, एक्सपीरियंस भी बहुत है, अच्छा कर लेंगे टीम के साथ।
ऐसे
मेरे ख्याल से डायमंड सही रहेगा।
हाँ, गेम प्ले के हिसाब से डायमंड में रख सकते हैं, एक्सपीरियंस नहीं इनके पास।
डायमंड ही रख।
अच्छा है दोस्त, बहुत अच्छा बॉन्डिंग है हमारे साथ।
ट्यूकर भाई भी है, भाई जैसे है, इसीलिए डायमंड।
नॉन स्टॉप हीरोइक में डिजर्व करते हैं। बहुत टाइम से अंडरडॉग टीम थे, फिर क्वालिफाई किए, अच्छा हर टूर्नामेंट में पोडियम फिनिश करते हैं। सारे प्लेयर्स अच्छे हैं, उनका स्नाइपर बहुत अच्छा है, मन्नू बहुत बढ़िया कवर देते हैं।
टीम बहुत ही अच्छे, सिनर्जी वगैरह सब सही है।
ठीक है, उनका प्लेयर बहुत एक्सपीरियंस वाला अच्छा खिलाड़ी है बोल सकते हो। तब गिनोत्रा 6 साल से खेल रहे हैं, अच्छा कर रहे हैं सब।
चारों प्लेयर बहुत ही अच्छे हैं, अच्छा कर लेंगे आई थिंक टूर्नामेंट।
बहुत अच्छी टीम है, बहुत पुराने टाइम से खेल रहा है, चैंपियन टीम है। डिलीट और माफिया फॉर्म में आ चुके हैं।
अभी 2 नए बंदे एस्टेक और शैंकी ज्वाइन किए हैं, तो बहुत ही अच्छी टीम बन गई है। आई थिंक अच्छा करेंगे वो, इसीलिए हीरोइक में। ये तो देखना भी
तो हमें देखना ही नहीं, ये जाएगा सीधा ऊपर, जाएगा टॉप पे। बेस्ट टीम है, अपना ही है।
जीतने के लिए आए हैं तो जीत के ही जाएंगे।
सिल्वर क्योंकि ये अंडरडॉग टीम है, बहुत बेटर कर, और भी कर सकते हैं बेटर।
इतना नहीं देखे इनको खेलते हुए, बट फर्स्ट टाइम होगा इनका आई थिंक, इसीलिए सिल्वर ही रखूंगा।
अभी के टाइम पे अच्छा ही कर रहे हैं ये लोग, पहले अंडरडॉग थे तो ठीक है, थोड़ा ऊपर बनता है। गोल्ड ठीक है, आजकल थोड़ा फॉर्म में चल रहा है, देख रहे हैं सही खेल रहे हैं, इसलिए प्लेटिनम ठीक है।
कर लेंगे लोग थोड़ा बहुत अच्छा टूर्नामेंट में।
अंदर की बात है बट बता नहीं सकते। ये ब्रोंज के और नीचे डिजर्व करते हैं। प्लेयर से कोई इशू नहीं है, बाकी ठीक है, नाम से इशू है मेरे को। और जिसका गोल्ड क्योंकि वो लोग बहुत टाइम से कोशिश कर रहे थे, अच्छा मतलब ट्राई कर रहे थे कि टीम 1 लेवल पे आने के लिए। अभी कर लिया क्वालिफाई, तो सही है गोल्ड में।
पहला मौका मिला है तो अच्छा करेंगे।
पहली बार ही देखा वैसे तो ये टूर्नामेंट में, उससे पहले देखे नहीं थे। अंडरडॉग टीम है तो अच्छा ही कर रहा है आई थिंक, तो अभी के लिए सिल्वर सही है। डायमंड RNTX क्योंकि दोस्त थे और अच्छा भी खेलते हैं, अभी बहुत टाइम से खेल रहे थे, एज नहीं था, अभी एज हुआ। फर्स्ट टूर्नामेंट में पहले भी बेटर कर चुके हैं और बेटर करेंगे ये लोग।
चारों बंदे फ्रेंड्स ही है और अच्छे ही खेलते हैं, कोऑर्डिनेशन भी उनका टॉप नॉच है।
गोल्ड पे रख देते हैं। बस जैगवार भाई के लिए गोल्ड, बाकी प्लेयर का तो इंडिविजुअली मैं जानता नहीं हूँ। अभी अंडरडॉग टीम थे तो सही है, फर्स्ट टूर्नामेंट में क्वालिफाई भी कर लिया, टॉप 18 भी आ गया, सही है गोल्ड। टीम इनसेन का क्या करे?
सिल्वर अच्छे नहीं खेलेंगे मेरे ख्याल से।
प्लेटिनम में भी रख सकते हैं।
नहीं, सिल्वर सही है।
तो बोल रहे रख देते हैं फिर। अभिजीत भाई माफ कर देना। मेरे हिसाब से
जो हीरोइक
में जो तीनों टीमें होने वाला है टॉपेस्ट टीम। सोल को और नीचे रखते, ब्रोंज से भी नीचे, जगह नहीं है इसलिए रख नहीं पा रहे।
एक चेंज करना चाहूँगा।
ये क्यों किया?
बस ऐसे ही, कुछ रीज़न नहीं है।
बता किधर?
गोल्ड पे रख।
डायमंड ठीक है, अच्छी टीम है, बट हमारी फाइट होती है और फिर वही ऊपर नीचे होता है।
मैं तो ब्रोंज रखना था पर इसने ऊपर रख दिया। रिस्पेक्ट करता हूँ इसके डिसीजन की। 1+ गॉड रे, हीरोइक रख दे। थोड़ी दोस्ती आ रही है और अच्छा भी खेलती है पर हमसे पिट जाती है।
अरे दोस्त है कौशिक भाई, इतने सालों से पहचान रहा है।
रिलेशन नहीं खराब होना चाहिए ना। गोल्ड एक बंदा खेलने से थोड़ी पूरी टीम चलती है। थर्ड पार्टी में तो कोई भी मारता है।
वो दोस्ती यारी दिखा रहे इधर।
सिल्वर, अब दोस्त है समझ जाएगा क्यों डाला सिल्वर।
अगर दोस्त ना होते तो
भी सिल्वर
नहीं, थोड़ा सोचता नीचे रखने का। और लक बेसिस पे हुए ना क्वालिफायर पर।
नाइटमेयर
मुझे जानते नहीं इनको, कौन है ये?
गोल्ड
पागल ही गया ब्रो। अब सही है, उनमें सिर्फ एक राधे ठाकुर भाई है जो बड़े हैं, बाकी सब बच्चे हैं तीनों। कीड को तो समझता ही नहीं प्लेयर।
ग्रैंड मास्टर टूर्नामेंट से 2 हफ्ते पहले टीम बनी थी और वो अभी इधर तक आ चुकी है, बहुत बढ़िया कर रही है।
हमारी टीम है ऊपर ही रहेगी, पोटेंशियल है हमें, पर अभी क्या करें, न्यू टीम है तो थोड़ा होता है, चोक होता है। तो आज ऐसे ऐसे बंदे पोक करते, अभी देखेंगे उनको लीग में। कुछ है ही नहीं इनके में, नॉन स्टॉप का नाम लेके आगे जा रही है बस। वो एक अच्छे कास्टर है पर थोड़ा अनलिमिटेड वालों को थोड़ा कम चांस दे तो ई स्पोर्ट्स आगे बढ़े। और
टाइकून्स को डायमंड पे रखूंगा मैं। फायर पावर बहुत दिखा रही है अभी के टाइम पे, अच्छे प्लेयर जोन में अमीन गोपू बहुत बढ़िया मारता है।
मरे उनसे तो थोड़ा रिस्पेक्ट दे देना चाहिए। अभी सबको पोक करेंगे तो फिर सब खिलाफ हो जाएंगे मेरे। कोई तो साथ में है, लो भाई तुम प्लेटिनम। नाम अच्छा है पर कर्म अच्छे नहीं है। न्यू टीम बनी है।
ग्रुप बी वाली टीम को कौन सीरियस लेगा जो ग्रुप बी से आई है क्वालिफाई हो गए?
उनका स्नाइपर विंसेंट जो है वो अच्छा मारता है और उनके पीछे जॉन्टाना भाई का हाथ है, तो ऊपर नहीं रखा तो थोड़ा पोक कर देंगे लाइव स्ट्रीम में तो अच्छा नहीं लगेगा ना।
लीड अच्छा कर रहे हैं, अच्छा खेल रही है जॉन्डी गेमिंग। वीक 2 में भी टॉप 2 फिनिश किया था, हम भी थे उनके ग्रुप में। प्लेटिनियम रख दे तो कभी ऊपर नीचे चलता उनका, कंसिस्टेंट इनकंसिस्टेंट वैसे ही होता है।
मेरे को तो कुछ पता ही नहीं है दोनों टीम में, ये कंफ्यूज हो जाता है। ऑटोबॉट्स, एरोबॉट्स थोड़ा सही खेलती है, हमसे क्लैश लेती है, उनको थोड़ा नीचे रखना है, आने दो उनका नाम। देख लो, हम पहली बार मैं भी देख रहा हूँ। गोल्ड तो डिजर्व करता है बंदा। वही दाफी जैसे कि एचयूडी लेके खेल रहे हो लोग, अब क्या बोल सकते हैं। हमारा एक टीममेट फैन है उनका।
सिल्वर ही रखूंगा। इनके 2 प्लेयर खेल चुके हैं मेरे साथ, बट वही है, ग्रुप बी से क्वालिफाई वाली टीम, सीरियस नहीं ले सकते उन्हें।
बच्चे की टीम है, ब्रोंज रखेंगे। खेलती है अच्छा, पर एटीट्यूड बिहेवियर रखना चाहिए ना। तो हम लोग ने भी क्वालिफाई किया है, ऐसे कुछ भी बोल दिया कि तो अच्छा तो नहीं लगता है।
केडी मार देगा तो मार देगा, नहीं तो हो जाती है टीम, खत्म हो जाती है उधर ही। कंटेंडर्स है वो तो टॉप 1 पे जीतने के लिए एकदम, दोनों बार टॉप किया है। ग्रुप ऑफ डेथ जो थी उसमें भी टॉप किया, एक तरफा डोमिनेशन था उनका।
और तमिल के प्लेयर थे, बहुत मारते गोल्ड में। क्लैश लेने आती है, कभी वो मार देती, कभी हम मार देते, कभी थर्ड पार्टी करने आती है।
फायर पावर है, अच्छा खेल रही है, हमसे तो अच्छा ही खेली थी ग्रुप बी में। राउंड 2 में जो थी ड्रॉप फाइट्स हो रही है कि कौन छोड़ेगा ड्रॉप, सब देखते हैं, लीग में पता चल जाएगा वो तो।
मेरा झगड़ा होने वाला है आज। ब्रोंज ग्रुप बी में मार के थोड़ा एटीट्यूड दिखा रहे हैं, बोलते हैं #3 आ गए, पर अभी क्या करे, वो सोता नहीं बेचारा। उनका रशर जो है सपोर्टर सोता ही नहीं, आग काली हो गई है।
डिजर्विंग है और क्या।
ब्रोंज डिजर्व सब करते हैं। नहीं, ओवररेटेड है बहुत।
इनकंसिस्टेंसी चल रही है उनमें अभी बहुत ज्यादा,
बहुत ओवररेटेड है। लोग लाइक के लिए, सब के लिए रील बनाते हैं कि अपना नंबर 1 रशर ले आ गए। ये भी जाएगी जल्दी, अंडररेटेड होगी ये भी।
इनको हटा दे, इनको ब्रॉन्ज पे डाल दे।
रोने लगेंगे,
नहीं यार,
सच में रो देंगे। इसको नीचे कर देते, चलो भाई बेचारा, टीजी का नाम है, ऊपर कर देते। सबसे टफ एक NMR हो गया क्योंकि वो थर्ड पार्टी करती है, और एक गॉड लाइक।
यार कैसे सवाल पूछ लिया यार।
जो ये पीछे ढूंढ रहे भाई, कैमरा ऑफ कर दीजिए, बता देता।
So who according to you is the most overrated rusher?
रसर में तो
ओवररेटेड रशर,
ओवररेटेड मुझे TSG का लेजेंड लगता है।
टीजी डिलीट।
वो मतलब अच्छा खेलता है, बट
हाँ, दाफिक जो डिस्क्वालीफाई हो गया वो।
TG डिलीट।
ओवररेटेड रशर, आई थिंक
ओवररेटेड रशर आई वुड लाइक टू से क्रिश।
सोचना पड़ेगा तो काफी।
ஷாங்கி சொல்லியிருப்பேன் நான், இப்போ நான் டெலிட் சொல்லிடுறேன்।
TSG लेजेंड।
வேற क्वेश्चन भी लगा, வேற क्वेश्चन
अभी के टाइम पे मेरे को डिलीट लगता है।
कट,
किसी और से पूछ लिया, मैं चलता हूँ।
अगर अपनी ही टीम में किसी को बेंच करना हो तो किसको करेंगे?
अगर टीम में बेंच करना होता तो सोहन।
आई थिंक मार्को।
वॉल्विन मेरी जगह खाई उसने।
हाँ मैं ही हो जाऊंगा। मैं तो रॉनी ताई का करूँगा, बहुत डांटते हैं मेरे को।
अभी थोड़ा सा मैच्योर होना बचा है उसका। मैं अपने टीम से अपने IGL को बेंच कर देता।
वॉल्विन।
Gardel Marco. Why means he is going school. He have more age. Farmi until 21. Pari only 60.
शायद से मैं लिखी को करता
Blank.
सबसे पहले मैं बेंच करना चाहता हूँ डिवाइन भाई को, क्योंकि वो हमारे IGL है।
மார்க்கோ அஃபிஷியல் டோர்னமெண்ட்டே ஒன்று தான் வந்தது. ஓகே, இல்லை கட்.
रिक्रूट तो मैं नाइटमेयर के एक मेरे दोस्त है पंडित, उन्हें करना चाहूँगा, मेरे काफ़ी अच्छा दोस्त है।
और रिक्रूट करूँगा लिखी, टायर फ्यूगा ब्रो।
जैगवार को करूँगा टीम हिल से।
CFF का वाइल्ड फॉक्स, क्योंकि बहुत टाइम से उसके साथ खेलता आ रहा हूँ।
RG होता।
मैं रिक्रूट करना चाहूँगा पवन को।
KD गार्ड, किलर FF।
दाफिक।
अपने अर्श भाई को मारूंगा हेडशॉट तो। अपनी ही टीम में अर्श भाई।
हेड मारूंगा मैं अर्श को।
मन्नू।
हेडशॉट मारना चाहता हूँ दाफिक को।
माफिया।
TJ हैशटैग
डिलीट को चूज करूँगा।
बस यो
हेडशॉट डेवलप कर दूंगा।
किलर FF।
रिवाइव तो मैं करना चाहूंगा लिखी भाई, क्योंकि वो बार बार नॉक होते रहते हैं।
सोहन।
रिवाइव मैं साहिल को करूँगा।
वोटा।
डिलीट भाई को रिवाइव कर दूंगा।
साहिल RNTX। आइकॉनिक।
और रिवाइव में अपने IGL भाई को ही करना चाहूँगा।
कौन से फ्री फायर मैक्स टीम के सबसे टॉक्सिक फैंस हैं?
टॉक्सिक फैन नहीं बोलेंगे पर इमेच्योर ऑडियंस टोटल गेमिंग की बहुत ज़्यादा है, मतलब बहुत हेट करते हैं वो, अननेसेसरी हेट कमेंट में बस।
TSG बहुत गालियाँ पड़ी है इसीलिए लगता है। और TSG
TG के,
हाँ TG
टीम इलीट।
टोटल गेमिंग।
फार श्योर टोटल गेमिंग।
मैं कहूँगा इलीट वाले, क्योंकि TSG वाले तो इतना कुछ करते भी नहीं है, बट इलीट वालों का ऐसा है कि अगर हमारे क्रिएटर ने बोल दिया मतलब वही सही है। टीम इलीट, टोटल गेमिंग,
गॉड लाइक।
टीम इलीट एंड टोटल गेमिंग। तो मुझे टॉक्सिक TG के
है। TSG टीम अच्छी है बट उसकी फैन बेस थोड़ी सी है टॉक्सिक। हमारे भी हैं बट TG के थोड़े ज़्यादा।
ओवररेटेड प्लेयर होने वाला है
आई थिंक द फिग।
K9 का हनी, क्योंकि काफ़ी ज़्यादा ही बोलते हैं लेकिन परफॉर्मेंस तो नहीं आती।
योगी, उनकी टीम परफॉर्म कर रही है बट उनकी टीम में और भी बंदे अच्छा खेलते हैं।
डिलीट, ही इज एन एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर बट ही लैक्स द यू कुड से फायर पावर आई गेस।
भाई TSG लेजेंड।
TSG लेजेंड।
ओवररेटेड दाफी की है।
पहाड़ी गेमिंग,
लेजेंड, TSG लेजेंड।
दाफी, K9 स्पोर्ट,
डिलीट।
TG शांकी।
ये तो बड़ा
टीम नेम दिल्ली है।
ब्लैक बर्ड करके एक टीम है अभी।
SA12।
ये होने वाली है नाइटमेयर स्पोर्ट्स, क्योंकि बोलने में ज़्यादा रहते, परफॉर्मेंस में फोकस करे तो बेटर रहेगा।
सोल। सोल।
ब्लैकबर्ड, क्योंकि बोल रहे थे बहुत।
सोल,
SATL।
K9,
सोल। K9 esports जो अभी फिलहाल डिस्क्वालीफाई है।
K9 esports। कोऑर्डिनेशन होंगे कितना कम यार होगा।
SA12।
सोल,
जो जोंटी गेमिंग की अभी वाली जो लास्ट लाइट अप थी वो।
Well, we are already 3 weeks down and still the action is not coming to an end. You guys are watching TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025. It's me, Zora, alongside Lucifer. Lucifer, how you doing this fine day?
I'm very excited because yesterday we ended a very fiery class squad initial qualification of the top 2, yet waiting for the next. But when we speak about the top 2, we are going to unlock the BR top 2 today in week 3 day 1. That's what I'm looking forward to, and especially the overall standing when we ended the league stage at week 2 looks already spicy, and I'm not too sure with the best 12 teams now fighting. I don't know who's going to make it in the first 2 spots, Ozora.
Yo, that's the catch, right? Week 3, top 2 spots, who's gonna grab it? It's all the opportunities given to these teams. Moreover, here's the twist that we all were waiting for. It's gonna be a single thing moving down to a 0. That's where we all start. Teams are going to start from all grassroots. These top 12 teams will have a way to go ahead and get that slot towards the grand final, and which is super important. Imagine you're going through all of the hassle and you're just winning games left, back, and center. You have good amount of numbers and you're leading the entire board. That's where you reach towards the grand finals. And the others who haven't just reached yet, they're going to fight again in week 4. So might as well go ahead and cut short the hassle and move forward.
How are they going to move forward? That's the major question. We spoke about the initial 2 weeks of staying in the top 12 and the advantage, but now we unlock week 3. Now, week 1 and week 2, you mentioned, we saw of the groups who played, who went through a brilliant performance in terms of going through a big journey. But when we start with week 3, that is today for the Battle Royale of 6th September, 12 teams, the top 12 in the week 2 overall standings are going to be playing. There are no more groups. There are no more just 6 teams or 7 teams playing here and there. It is just about that top 12 who managed to secure in the end of week 2. And today, fighting for the top 2 spot directly, the grand ticket to the finals.
It's going to be today, it's going to be tomorrow. You still have the golden opportunity to get those couple of tickets. But who is it going to be who will get their names punched onto that? It is going to be a bombastic ride. And I'm hoping you guys have made all of your popcorns, you have your energy drinks, because this is going to go for a long bout. Moreover, week 4 is even more interesting. All of those teams who were posted towards 15th to 16th position in week 2, they will also get the opportunity alongside Team Hind as well, who are at the dead bottom. They will also get the opportunity on 14th September. And in the recent time itself, we were seeing a lot of interviews coming in from whether it be Total Gaming, whether it be Godlike. All of them were trying to showcase how Team Hind is going to perform, but that's going to be on the latter half of the entire tournament format. But right now, focusing on to 6th September, Lucifer, we all know for a fact that it's going to be a bumpy ride.
I think a big crucial point that you mentioned, that Team Hind have an opportunity. We know how Nightmare and SATL made a jump. So right now, the intention at the end of 14th September is to be making it to the grand finals. And how is that going to play out? It has a champion rush format. The grand finals is a maximum of 10 games, and there is a big twist where you have an advantage if you reach this rush format, which is the 80 points criteria, the threshold or the mark if you want to call it. And as soon as you reach it, you're going to activate champion rush in the next consecutive game. And if you get a booyah, Hauzora, it is an end to the tournament. You are the champions. Nobody else fighting for the title. You are the only one.
That's right, and moreover, all of these teams want to go ahead and get the majority of the prize pool. The chunk is just waiting out there. BR specifically, if you talk about, it's around 80 lakhs. So I'm still understanding and what kind of situation can be brought upon from all of these teams. But talking about the way the entire situation was brought upon in the previous weeks, the overall standings, ladies and gentlemen, this is the end of week 2. In the previous time itself, we could see NG Pros leading the entire chart with a whopping amount of 398 points, and that's like the highest in the room. Later on comes in Total Gaming with the second position, 384, with the highest amount of eliminations in their pocket.
From Total Gaming onwards, we see a big dip. Almost about 70 to 80 points, Ozora. That tells us of what NG Pros in Total Gaming were doing in the first 2 weeks. How much of an effort they put through. Now, Booyahs, you could see, right? NG Pros have 4, Total Gaming also have God's Reign with 3, Vasista, Godlike, even John T Gaming with 3, and Car98 at 4. We see SATL, who made a big comeback towards the end. While they were sitting right next to the likes of NG Silver Eagle and Team Hind, they made it to the jump at the 11th spot, making sure they participate right from the week 3 action. And I think that is where you keep telling every other team that, hey, it's not your turn, but when it's your chance, you can make it just like players like SATUL did it, Nightmare did it. You just have to wait, and that wait might put you in a little bit of a turmoil, Azora, and we know, right? You're watching every other team play, players play, your friends play, and you're just waiting in the back lines. But hey, when you have an opportunity, you have to strike hard, strike fast, and get that ticket.
True that, and here's the thing, right? 3 days, 6 maps, which are going to help the teams to go ahead and define what their overall position is going to look like, right? And at the end of every single day, it's going to be a huge reset. So teams need to be on point. They need to showcase where they are strong in and get that booyah alongside an elimination advantage as well. Play a high elimination game just like Total Gaming, and you will be all clean moving in towards the grand finals. So that's the kind of mantra I believe all of these teams need to start adapting forward towards. And the others, I still think that the opportunity is presented. Nightmare, SATUL, Team Tycoons, Revenant, X-Park, Car98 Army, all of them, they have the opportunity to go ahead and prove themselves where they can reach towards the top 2 and punch their ticket towards the grand finals.
I think we've spoken a lot about the teams on the top, right? And we kind of even know that those are the teams who should at least take the advantage. Teams like NG Pros, Total Gaming, even OnePlus God's Reign, I would count them. Maybe Godlike making a big comeback today. But I think the teams who did not get an opportunity to play in the class squad, who are preparing for BR mode, that is going to be Revenant X-Park, Team Tycoons, SATUL, Nightmare Esports. We know on a week, I think it was either week 1 or one of the days in the online qualifiers, where Revenant X-Park had majority number of total eliminations. Their player Sahil was on top in terms of the highest eliminations. And somewhere in that mix, Revenant X-Park, maybe in the week 1 and week 2 of the league stage, did not give their all. They were taking it easy. They were taking it lightly. They did not want to rush through to get to the top 8 or top 12 battle, giving away, I would say from my perspective, Azora, is giving away all your cards right from the get-go. Maybe they saved it. Does it work today?
Oh, well, talking about the cards, right about the get-go, I believe there's going to be a lot of switcheroos. The trump cards are going to be implemented today itself. All of those players who have been substituted or they were benched, now they will get the opportunity to go ahead and showcase what they're made up of, why they were being feared so much. And I believe for a fact that it is going to be those few teams who are trying to bring in those trump cards and then somehow get the maneuverability alongside the momentum to keep moving forward. So let's just go ahead and understand what kind of substitutions are we seeing. It's a similar kind of situation versus Godlike Esports. Wait, they have Marco being benched? All right, Nobita is playing.
Yesterday, we ended up seeing Godlike having Marco, and I think it ended up performing really well. But once the likes of Jaunty Gaming stepped up, we kind of thought it should have been Godlike qualifying in the top 2. But hey, I think Jaunty Gaming were a big surprise and could be one today as well. They might have ended up in the 7th spot at the end of our week 2, right? But still, I feel like they are one of those consistent teams who always try to grab points. And they are never denied of it. Vasista Esports, I think another team who instinctively, if they start fragging, find their eliminations, if they're in the groove, right, that engine is going to find their way to a top 2.
Oh, wait, what? I thought for a fact that SATU is going to bring in Shanku to the picture, but he's still been sub.
Yeah.
So let's just understand what will happen later on towards the game. But talking about Nightmare, it's going to be the similar players coming into the picture as the momentum game is always on the roll. Car98 Army, the kind of aggression that they're showcasing in the recent days has absolutely made me a huge fan of them. So let's just go ahead and understand how well they can perform today as well. Jaunty Gaming on the other end, like you rightly mentioned, the CS mode was absolutely shell-shocking. The performance that they went ahead and they showcased right in front of us, it was absolutely amazing. But moreover, this is BR stage, right? In BR, the odds are against you. There's going to be third parties, which in CS mode, it's not there. There's going to be a lot of disadvantage to which you have to keep fighting through and through. And I believe that Jaunty Gaming has already, fixed all of those mistakes that they made in week 2. So I'm very much optimistic for most of the teams to go ahead and perform very well. But again, given circumstances, if they start crumbling down in the bits and pieces in the beginning itself, then I believe it's going to be a bad time for them.
Yeah, like they have to understand that they have just 6 games to go on today. that decides
Exactly.
whether you qualify into the grand finals. Do you get the golden ticket and do you make it to the land? That's a big question, right? And especially with the best of the 12 that we have of the 18 lot playing today, that itself builds pressure when you're in that top 12. Meaning you're playing from week 1. Sorry, week 1, yes, but week 3, day 1 for qualification. And you would maybe, if you don't qualify here, you would go all the way till week 4. But before we head there, let's quickly talk about our predictions of what we think is going to happen today with week 3 starting off with the best 12 teams, Azora. And also everybody else, because before this we were all thinking of which teams would qualify. And let's talk about us and everybody else. I've predicted and gone for Godlike. I think it should be a resurgence from coming in from their end, and I think hands down you have to give it to Total Gaming.
You know, majority of the names that I can see is TG all across. I'm talking collectively.
Yeah.
And if you take an average, Total Gaming is like number 1 name, which will move forward. Second, I believe there's slight bit of confusion between Godlike or it's going to be NG Pros. So I would love to see how well Godlike will perform this time around, as the momentum game was looking pretty neat. They were looking very good in scrims as well. So moving forward, I'm expecting them to go ahead and perform as well. Specifically when you see Total Gaming and such big teams like Jaunty Gaming as well coming into the picture, obviously you have to start performing, hitting your shots and calling the rotations really good. So this week is all about going ahead and assessing what you can do better compared to the opponents.
I think with caster predictions of all the desks that we have, the 14 casters that we have clearly inclining, right? Except for 3 who have left Total Gaming out. There's going to be Chirayu, Bullet, TTR. Everybody else is banked on Total Gaming. That tells you of what they were able to do at the end of week 2. They were the teams with the highest elimination. You mentioned it. Everybody else has decided for it. But after that, I'm pretty sure everybody is in a perplexed situation of who could be the next team. Now, Godlike could do it. Everybody, when we were talking, right, before we head up on the desk, we were discussing, I think Godlike might have a resurgence. People were also inclining that Revenant X-Pac, as we were just talking in that top 12 team list, that they might have hidden their cards. They could have an opportunity, and I can see that you've gone for it. Arka has gone in for a bigger pick, and you mentioned that you are a fan of them. That's Car 98 Army. Now, I think Car 98 Army, yesterday we ended up seeing a couple of their play styles. If that doesn't work, they're going to falter really bad, because we clearly saw
Really
bot
bad.
COD was that main crucial pillar. And if that works today, I think Car 98 might have a chance to qualify. But other than that, I think even I have Jaunty Gaming along with maybe, now this is not something that I spoke to anybody about, is SATL. But before we come to that discussion, let's talk about the team comparison. NG Pros and Total Gaming, the teams at the top.
Very close, man. Very close. NG Pros, of course, they have had some really good amount of booyah. So that's where they got the overall lead from the likes of Total Gaming. And the damage, it's always going to be Total Gaming, as they're relying more on eliminations. 234 total eliminations coming in from their corner.
Yeah.
And placement points is somewhere where Total Gaming needs to improve. But again, they always compensate that part by the amount of eliminations that they gain. So NG Pros on the other end, they're like a more they're more balanced, more organized, and I would say Total Gaming completely relies upon which side of the bed they're woken up from. So it's always the bad side, and it's always Carnage that they choose.
And NG Pros and Total Gaming, there's a little bit of a distinct between them in terms of their play styles. Now, NG Pros, we've seen them always, whenever they've been playing on a map, they've always made sure that they're playing together, right? Information is always key for them. They're sticking together, and that is one of the reasons that they have the highest placement points, as we can see at 171, a clear 21-point difference from Total Gaming. Whereas Total Gaming, individually, you take any player's name, everybody has been in the top fraggers list, and Mafia tops the charts right as you know at the end of week 2 with 65 eliminations. Will somebody else do it today? Maybe. And let's talk about that in the head-to-head. We have 2 big names here. That's going to be the snipers from 2 respective teams who could qualify. One is Jaunty Gaming's Vincent, and on the other end is going to be Godlike's Yogi.
Well, a couple of cats on a hot brick is what I can say. Yogi, good amount of damage being dished out from his end. Both of them being number 1 snipers, but the amount of eliminations that we can see from the likes of Vincent is clearly really nice from his end. Of course, it's 1 point, but that lead itself is going to give a really nice point to the overall positioning of Vincent. But talking about the amount of knocks that has come through, Yogi for sure has provided the support. This dude is an IGL, plus he's the kind of support he's providing itself showcases that he does a lot of heavy lifting and gives the opportunity, gives the room for the rushers to head inside, brute force approach, get those eliminations, get those knocks on point. So overall, I would love to see how well Jaunty Gaming's Vincent can go ahead and match up to the performance, as Yogi is clearly leading the entire chart.
This Jaunty Gaming pick for me is going to be crucial today, and we were talking about if Vincent is going to make that mark today compared to Yogi. I think Jaunty Gaming might be in the top 2 list, but how are they going to play it all out today? It is going to be starting off with the map schedule, where we see Purgatory being the first game, and then we head over to Nexterra, Bermuda coming in 3rd, Kalahari is going to be the 4th, Solara in the mix at 5th, and Alpine to end the day at Forest Red. Now let's see, with Alpine being the end of it, I feel like it should be a little comfort compared to having Solara at that 5th game. So there is still an opportunity to make a comeback, but I think the first 2 games are going to be, the first and the 3rd game are going to be very crucial, Ozora. Purgatory and Bermuda. If teams manage to stead themselves, it could be an easy opportunity to grab that top 2.
Oh, but talking about the teams to watch out for in specific map of Purgatory has to be Car 98 Army. They have been putting some really nice numbers out there. 19,999. Best at 1, we don't know. But overall, a really good performance from their end. They have a couple of booyahs as well. Positional advantage is what they go ahead and focus upon. And then later on, they harness all of those eliminations in their corner. 1+ God's Reign, we did see they have a very nice aggressive front at the beginning, and in the later stage this go in for a slow and steady pace. Might as well keep up the entire action till the very end, and that will itself give them a lot of room and opportunity to go ahead and get those eliminations. But IQ Reckoning, well, of course, this is one of the teams that we would love to go ahead and witness how well they can perform specifically in Purgatory, as the third parties are insane whenever it comes to their corner.
Let's talk about if this insanity of a game, as we start things off in Purgatory, who is going to work out to? Is it going to be the Car 98, a team to watch out, or somebody else, as we talk about the preferred drop spots? As you can already see, Car 98 and Godlike might have a clash at Crossroads, but I think we know Car 98 Army, right at the get-go, they would want their loot first, they want their artillery ready, and then move forward. So I think they might not have a clash, but I think for sure we're going to be seeing a little at Brasilia as well as Central, because right now Central with Total Gaming and Revenant X Spark, Brasilia with 3 teams, 1+ God's Reign, NG Pros and Team Tycoons. And I think Purgatory is going to be a really fantastic map for Team Tycoons if they play it as they generally play, because we've seen them on Brasilia, their clinical execution, if you want to call it, and they're very good on it. They wait for an opportunity and they make sure they push at a time when nobody is ready to respond to them, and if they're able to do it, maybe there's a booyah to start things off.
Well, that's how the third-party system works. Team Tycoons, they have been really precise when it comes to the third-party opportunities, but I love the way Crossroads is still given to a couple of teams. Where is Total Gaming? It's right there at the bottom towards Central, and for sure, that's not going to be the prime spot for Mayhem. Crossroads has always been one of the key spots for both of these teams to go ahead and clash it out at the beginning itself. So Godlike alongside Total Gaming, this will again be one of those opportunities where Car 98 Army from afar will be waiting for a window, for a ray of hope where they can go ahead for the third party. So yes, the opportunities are going to be presented, but how well are these teams going to go ahead and seize that opportunity is the question. So preferred drop spots, of course, we have noticed every single corner. Forge being one of the prime spots for Jaunty Gaming, but I don't think so. They're going to just wait there. They're going to head all the way towards Ski Lodge and call in their shots. As IQ Reckoning, they'll be waiting in for those rotations towards fields.
Now with all that discussion done, Auzora, I think let's come back to that nitty-gritty of being at the top 2, right? Yes, NG Pros and Total Gaming, they are the highlight as we start things off here for the BR Day 1 action on week 3. but are they the ones to qualify? Now, majority of the caster prediction, yes, inclined towards Total Gaming completely. So I think it could be a blind eye that we can turn already on the likes of Total Gaming, that they should qualify. Like the way they managed to qualify in Clash Squad itself tells us of how confident they are in terms of fighting out. Whether it be a 4v4, this being a BR, I think there is still a chance for Total Gaming to close it without having a lot of trouble or a tornado. But I think that second spot, now I'm not saying NG Pros might not, but they could. If not them, I want to ask you, who else has that better opportunity and why? I know I saw your Revenant X Spark, but other than that, who else do you think?
Yep. Other than that, see, I would still go for Revenant X Spark for a couple of reasons. They are yet to go ahead and showcase that they can go ahead and carry forward the similar kind of aggression that they showcased in the map of Purgatory. That's the kind of situation that they've created in the previous time in the league stage. If you remember, it was a 38 bomber coming in from there, and that's a huge game, right? So imagine you already playing that kind of a play, that kind of a game in front of all of these teams, and still you're managing to stay put. I don't think so that's going to be the situation in week 3. They're going to go ahead, explosive stance, as TG always goes ahead. So my prediction is going to be as plain and simple. It's going to be NG Pros, it's going to be Total Gaming, but alongside a spice of SFUL.
Now, my predictions, as you can see, it's all the G's around. GG's. It's going to be TG, JG, it's going to be NG. I've decided this, that I wanted to see this fierce action right from the start.
Okay.
Now, I wanted to kind of predict when we went to Kalahari for Total Gaming, but hey, I think when we still start things off on Purgatory, I still feel like Total Gaming want to go and start things with a oomph. And I think that might be one of the reasons they might land themselves on a booyah. But if not them, I think in their position, I would have maybe changed to IQ Reckoning, because there are also a team who really perform well. Now, in the mix of it, if something new changes here with none of these 3 coming towards the top 3 or getting a booyah, I think we can clearly be looking at the Car 98 army when we saw a team to watch out for.
Yes, of course. Car 98 Army, they're like the trump cards that we all were thinking that, you know what, they've just qualified. It just might be a one-hit wonder, that's it. But no, lightning struck twice at the same spot, and Car 98 Army, they've been performing ever since that. It's like once you give them the wings, they'll keep flying, and that's the kind of team we love to go ahead and witness and watch at the same time. So moving forward, Purgatory, even I was in the hint where it's going to be Kalahari, but then later on Purgatory just showed up. So yeah, these teams are looking pretty concrete with the performance, and I would love to see how SFUL can bring in the spice, can go ahead and wreck some teams with the third parties that they always give in to the window of opportunities. Moreover, here's another thing, right? If you are going for a fight, mono, go ahead and finish that one as soon as possible. Do not wait. I repeat, do not wait for the third team to understand what's going on towards your area. Become the king, or just instantly hit the retreat button, because most of them are just gonna keep launching forward like predators and get those points. And eliminations, if you give away now, then I believe it's going to be a bad time overall in the entire standing.
Yeah, I think right now every team, now not just our predictions here, every team have to be a lot more calculative. Right now, when we walked through the week 1 and week 2 matches, teams had a lot going around. They had 24 games that they could play around in a week, and in those 2 weeks of action, and that helped them to kind of get an idea of how much they had to put efforts in. But right now, with only 6 games for a given day in qualification, is a lot of pressure, and for that every point matters. Now, whether you get one elimination or a full squad wipe, or you keep eliminating the same number of teams, or the same players from the team, it could maybe work, but if it doesn't, it could be a problem. But I think a problem for me here is the third prediction that you made, not in the sense of hey, can they do it? But the problem is whether a trump card in their end is playing or not. Because this was a discussion and all of us casters before the show was sitting and discussing, and we were thinking that, and there was a little bit of hint that maybe Shanku is playing. There could be that trump factor that was hidden from the likes of SATL. And I think that's a smart move, Auzora, if you ask me. If you don't, and then this is why I was saying, even for Revenant X Spark, you don't give all your cards, and all of a sudden, on week 3, you come up, you end up in the top 2, the teams in the top do not qualify, you manage to do it, and who's going to start things off, as we are going to be heading right to Purgatory, the first game of our week 3, day 1 of BR.
Well, Purgatory being one of those maps where we will witness a lot of switcheroos when it comes to the team composition. And now talking about this one team, Godlike, they're always heading towards Crossroads. And look at their arch nemesis. It is going to be Total Gaming right beside them. Oh my god. All right, I'm just going to go ahead. Sit here, enjoy the entire show as Nobita has already found that one tent where he can at least get a weapon or two, but unfortunately there's no weapon around those corners.
This is problem for either of these top two teams. TG, this is why I predicted them. They would want to go all out, and I think it was on Purgatory, their last game that these two teams were playing, and Total Gaming initially had a hit coming in from the likes of Godlike, but eventually Total Gaming were able to answer back. But right now, it is a similar situation here at Crossroads. Car 98 Army, they decided to make a move, and that's what we already spoke. They never falter and make a mistake at the start of the game. Nancy was, knocked. But right as now, it seems like Godlike would want to maybe back off, but Total Gaming, they're not giving them the space at all. Now Yogi, this is the man, the sniper that we were talking about. A man to watch out in the head-to-head, but his position's compromised, and we are seeing Marco actually playing today. It's Eco who's not playing, so that is also a big difference for Godlike.
That is a big difference. Godlike, close quarter battle, and the time turner being equipped with Yogi. He's still alive. What a way to go ahead and dodge that bullet. Aztec, he has been taken care of. Mafia from far off angle, and I know for a fact that Mafia will hit the retreat button once they'll lose another player or two. Nobita on the other end, a little bit aggressive, but Nancy, he has been taken care of for now. Knocked, and Yogi, he follows as well. This is the kind of retaliation we love to see. Look at Shanky. Shanking all the opponents down to death, and he has hacked the last one as well. Godlike Esports, they have been eliminated in this entire area of Crossroads. No second life given, no opportunities, no hope, no window.
This is the first game of the day for the BR qualification, and Total Gaming wiped the slate clean. And it's done. Godlike are not going to be coming back, not respawning, no revives, nothing. They did not have a backup strategy. I thought when Nancy found that opening, right, Auzora, I thought from there on Godlike are going to answer back. But instantly, as soon as Nancy went down, and Nancy is that saving grace, you need to make sure, especially in that early game, I think Nancy is very powerful. And as soon as Nancy went down, Yogi was caught. Once Yogi was caught, Nobita tried to come from behind, tried to save them, did not work. And the last man, Marco, eventually down. But on the other end, good news for the likes of Revenant X Spark. They will be happy. We spoke about this around Central and Fire Brigade. The fight would happen. We thought maybe Total Gaming here. But Revenant X Spark pick another team, and they get 3 eliminations out of it.
Look at that. Binoculars being utilized constantly to get the information on where the opponents are going to be. And wait a second. Yes, Shanku is playing in the playing for Esituel. This can be that one window of opportunity where Ronit can be taken care of instantly. There comes a knock, and it's all thanks to Shanku. This player was waiting for his turn for so long, and the trump card finally being utilized. Ninja right in front, and look at the way Shanku is dodging all of his bullets. He's like Neo in the Matrix, and Arsh, in the middle of all of that, he was the first one to bite the dust. But instant revival is going to come through as Esituel, they've already embarked a couple of elimination points on their name.
This is a fiery start of a game that we are seeing here in Purgatory, and you can see the action is not stopping. Now it's going to be a fight with Total Gaming and Nightmare. Nightmare were initially able to knock a player, I think maybe even grab an elimination. That's the one that they have. But Total Gaming, they were able to quickly revive the player. Nightmare taking a detour. We just saw a launch pad and a player in mid-air. Total Gaming, their confidence right now soaring high here in Purgatory after finding a full-on wipe on Godlike. A team that everybody was kind of predicting that they would be winning. But a team right as of now losing here in Purgatory. Team Tycoons, a team that we thought could actually find their way to a booyah. That's the second team out, Auzora.
That's right. Now Arjun needs to start moving around, hitting his shots. There comes the Scarlet ability. On point, the Rip Drive rhythm. But Arjun, he's focusing more on running away. Why would he do that? Specifically once Delete has already locked and loaded you right in front of his crosshairs. Do not do that. Call in for backup. Tell your teammates there has been a big conundrum right here, and this shot through the tree Mafia. Yep. We were all waiting for this one. Kid, he's still running around outside the circle nonetheless. And he thinks that he can survive the wrath of delete. It's not gonna happen. Glue walls, it doesn't matter. Glue walls are gonna be broken down to bits and pieces. Melter's being utilized. Why?
Nightmare made one of the worst calls, I would say. They should have understood that Total Gaming are now coming out of a fight, but continuing this fight is going to be a Car 98 and SATL onslaught. And SATL have already lost 2 of the players in Car 90, and this is why we were saying a team to watch out here in Purgatory. SATL, who should have had a great opening right now, peppered by Soul, but finally he gets taken down. But Sid answers back quickly. Ursh is down. One last player from SATL, and I think a nice bet being done over there. That player has already made a quick getaway from the ski lodge. Otherwise, it could have been another team wipe. But I still want to go back to the fight which Nightmare took. I still don't understand it. There is no comprehension for me here, Azora. Because when Nightmare were picking up the fight, their utility, right, was lower. Because Total Gaming just finished up a fight, grabbed a lot more accessories for themselves as they wanted to continue the fight. And they were a lot more powerful. And Total Gaming, they converted it. They have total 8 eliminations. Whereas Nightmare, unprepared, still had an opportunity to make a getaway, but stuck through for that fight. Thankfully, it's not a full team vibe. So Nightmare still have an opportunity to break their dreams.
Or rather come in their dreams. Spook them up. Struggle on the other end. This is a completely different situation right here. Ico Reckoning. A lot to prove. A lot of elimination points to go ahead and get. Moreover, this is another situation that they've already created. NG Pros right in front, and they are the ones, Ico Reckoning are the ones to go ahead and safeguard this entire vending machine. NG Pros, we all know, once they make up their mind for a perfect rush, Ico Reckoning, they're just gonna fold. Before all of that, what's the kind of gameplay Ico Reckoning can go ahead and showcase? It at least needs to come up with a knock on the doors of NG Pro. Right now, closing in, struggle on the other end. Anubhav, look at those melters constantly being barraged. Nades coming through, but unfortunately, no point of contact.
Ninja, he's stuck.
He is.
Oh, that's a pixel spotted for Anubhav. That's information, but he also gets a little hit. Backs off. NG Pros, this is why we've always been talking about them, that they play together. Struggle opening up of angle, but the rush coming in from Reckoning. The opening has been landed. There's a player already down. The confirmation comes through from Cropsey. He's finding a lot more. Vota is down. That's Anubhav with a knock, and it's up to Ninja and his teammate. Both of them are separated, and it could be a big problem as Cropsey picks up one more. Last man standing. Takes a quick getaway. They're trying to fire him through the air, and Ninja, he's hit, and he will eventually be hit to an elimination. That's another team wiped out. The second team to watch out for here in Purgatory are done.
Hey, I believe they're still wanting to go ahead and get that momentum, but the momentum game was long gone. 4 people versus 3 and NG Pros. What a way to go ahead and showcase dominating performance. And I can see Jaunty Gaming from afar, watching all of the action, witnessing it. But there's another fight brewing up in this corner. And I know for a fact that Total Gaming, they're not going to budge down. 10 total points, hitting double digit. And nobody is even halfway through. Car 98, they have 4 eliminations. Total Gaming sitting on 10. This is insane. This is the kind of confidence that you need. They're just going to run around, take those fights, lock on horns with all of the big titans, and then win eventually. That's their game style.
It is a big play that Total Gaming would want to do, and this is one of those reasons that Total Gaming would want to start in a big manner, a fashion to let everybody know who's going to be getting the golden ticket. Again, Total Gaming were the first in the CS mode. They could be the first in the BR mode as well. NG Pros right now at the edge of zone, and Jaunty Gaming have really good position on the higher ground. Revenant X Spark, they could become a sandwich, or they could cause trouble for NG Pros. Right as now, it's just a game of silence, the neutral being held, and I think NG Pros, they have a hint that there is danger across the lands.
The high grounds, they've been completely contested from the likes of Jaunty Gaming. Look at them. They have the bird eye view. They understand what's going on. Couple of teams. They have the information. Ginothra specifically, he's looking at both the places. And there comes the Dinoculus. A lot of information.
Oh, no.
In the entire game, you can use it thrice. So it's up to you, however you do it. Whether you call in the rotation, whether you want to ambush someone or understand where the opponents are. Look at the entire map. SAQL, they're coming all the way from the northern corner and they're still outside the circle. So that's a big warning sign. Plus, they have to take a fight against Total Gaming nonetheless in order to contest inside the circle. That is going to be epic.
They are looking stronger than ever as they start things off here in Purgatory. But Jaunty Gaming would also want to start things off. So far, not even a single elimination. That's going to cost them a lot. That's big information for NG Pros. And now they'll be wary of that cross. Jaunty Gaming, if they had landed a knock, it could have been an opportunity for Revenant X Spark because they didn't land anything. Vasista somewhere come in the mix, out in the open. It is a third party. Revenant X Spark and NG Pros, they use this wisely. And NG Pros grab a couple of eliminations in their name. Revenant X Spark do the same. And Vasista Esports, the last man surviving. Tiger making a quick getaway. The vehicle spotted, locking it through. Tiger is going to be in big trouble. But Sahil is also not going to be free to take these shots as easy as he wants. Launchers send, big damage. Chrono being used for now. NG Pros, while they were trying to hit on Sahil, they were getting knocked as well. On the other end, Vasista Esports' trouble is not yet done, Auzora, because 1+ God's Reign are now slowly moving and inching from that edge of that western side.
True that. Look at NG Pros, the kind of rotation they're bringing in. Vasista, they have been eliminated. Not a big game for them. Just received a couple of points. NG Pros, good rotation game being showcased, but now's the time where they're going to head all the way towards the western side of the circle. So this is going to be a huge fight. 1+ God's Reign, they're just waiting for their window of opportunity. How they'll go ahead and see so many Pelicans walking right in front of their crosshair, and those shots are gonna look sublime. But SAQL, in the midst of all of that, they have been eliminated. Mafia taken care of as well. There's some intense battle going on, and Total Gaming, they're inside the circle. First one in the room alongside Car 98 Army.
1+ God's Reign. They're trying to pick up a fight here against the likes of Car 98 because they are the ones in the circle, and the 1+ God's Reign, if they want to enter, they have to push the likes of Car 98 Army. And if they push further here, 1+ God's Reign across these higher grounds is going to be in a dip. Nightmare somehow trying to stabilize. They're in the mix of a fight between Car 98 as well as Total Gaming, trying to make this wrench work in their favor.
Predator, right now, is taking a couple of pot shots, knowing that the opponents are having the height advantage. Harsh on the other end has been taken care of instantly. The revive comes through, but the amount of glue walls that they have, I believe it's soon gonna run dry. They need to quench that thirst coming in. Those shots needs to be on point. And Anshu, look at him. He's also chiming in at the same time. Car 98 Army, that's a very bad spot for them. They need at least a team to go ahead and call in the third party in order to take control of this entire situation. Now, taking all of those smokes, shots coming in.
Whoa!
1+ God's Reign, they're just dominating, getting those points in the middle of nowhere. The rotations have been called in. At the same time, couple of teams right next to each other.
And just like that, Revenant X Spark, they're out. Final fight, Car 98 stuck at the watchtower. 1+ God's Reign have a really good position to move into. Car 98 peppered from all directions. The amount of shells falling on the ground and being aimed at one single team, that's a lot for Car 98. And as you mentioned, their utilities is going to run dry soon. They're not going to have a lot on their belt and their kit, their bag. What are they going to do? 1+ God's Reign getting closer. This could be an opportunity to turn the tide. If they win this fight, they could pick up those utilities from the likes of OnePlus God's Reign, but it's not going to be easy. But Jaunty Gaming on the other end, finally getting those eliminations. Eliminate NG Pros, that's a big name out right now. But Jaunty Gaming, they're also pushing up closer as OnePlus God's Reign are fighting with Nightmare, trying to eliminate them. Car 98, they're making this work with the help of Jaunty Gaming, and OnePlus God's Reign in big trouble as Total Gaming slowly making a move from the hindsight.
Oh my god, that's a lovely nade coming in. Aztec just understood the assignment. Vincent taken care of. And look at the way Jaunty Gaming, they've been pressurized from all the corners. On the other end, there's even Car 98 Army having the height advantage. This needs to be a Jaunty. They have to take a fight and somehow take down Bot God, as we all have seen how well he performs with the M590. The close range shots from the shotgun is always going to be reigning supreme. There comes Bot God. The shots are going to look sublime. Jarvis right in front. His HP is low. He's still contesting. Bot God gets one. And he's slowly, steadily getting the second one. Third one needs to follow through as Vincent. He's trying to corner. And he corners him as well. That's a really good approach coming in. But Total Gaming from afar, they're watching all of this action. Last man standing. And what can this one person do? As Total Gaming, they already have 15 points on their name. And there comes the Oscar rush.
What a big booyah. They wanted to command it right from game number 1. And Total Gaming go all out against every team. Not giving a single opportunity, no sleight of hand. They made sure that they're going to be aggressive. They're going to be taking down every team in front of their sides. They'll have all the information. They're not going to let even a single player take advantage, irrespective the number or not. They are the ones who wanted that booyah, and what a way to secure it. Total Gaming, Ozora, before Mafia even started fragging, they had 6 total eliminations. And as soon as Mafia started fragging, you can see the team as a whole has total 15 eliminations. And on top of it, 12 placement points for this big booyah as they start things off on their run to find that ticket.
28 total points, Lucifer. 28 total points right at the word go. I thought it's going to be Kalahari, but this is another day in Purgatory where I believe Total Gaming, they have outperformed every single opportunity that they received, whether it be Nightmare, Godlike, every single one of them perished. And that's the kind of gameplay we were all waiting for. So of course, most of them, whoever have chosen Total Gaming to get the first ticket to the grand final, has already embarked that one journey.
I would have never thought that it would have been initiated or started with a fight between Godlike and Total Gaming. That is just insane to see that happen all the way at Crossroads at the very start of it. And you could clearly see, right? I think neither of the sides were ready to budge down. We are like, we're going to take this fight. Let's see what happens. The story, whether it's going to be us being eliminated, we try to survive, go back to revive, we'll take care of it later. Let's take a look at this final shot of how Total Gaming, from the very start of things, who found eliminations, how did they manage to end it in such a phenomenal fashion. I think Jaunty Gaming, if they decided to take a fight against Total Gaming, it could have been a better fight, but Bot God destroyed their thoughts. The way the man was about to pull off a 1v4, he had taken 3 of the players of Jaunty Gaming down. If not for Vincent, I think it could have been a full-on ace wipe coming through from him. And this is how the last one played, dashing through, and then the last bullet strikes, and you can see the excitement, the happiness on Total Gaming.
Cool. Absolutely cool. Like, I could see just few reaction, and then it's like, guys, back to the game. It's all right. We won. We got the booyah. It's all okay. We need to keep this performance through and through till the very end. 28 total points coming from there, and Car 98 Army with 16 total points. Bot God, my God, that person is on a different level. And once he starts hitting his shots, that's it. Just imagine, even if there's like 4 people or 10 people standing in front of him, he's gonna take care of it. Moreover, Jaunty Gaming on the other end, they, like you rightly mentioned, Lucifer, they should have taken a fight against Total Gaming. But again, there is always going to be that one triad. There's always going to be that one team who will keep poking their nose. Car 98 Army would have poked their nose in, and Jaunty Gaming would have been the first one to bite the dust. So overall, it's just like that kind of a situation being created again and again. And I'm just running the simulation in my head, and I feel it's going to be the same output.
I think we had a big disappointment from 4 teams. One, yes, a big surprise for them to be out without anything is Team Tycoons. Godlike, I think that is something that a lot of us, a lot of viewers especially, will be unable to digest of what just happened as Purgatory started off.
Absolutely.
But I think Aiku Reckoning did not play that fight really well against NG Pros. If they would have managed to play that outright, they started pushing, yes, but they did not have angles to cover the players of NG Pros. But I think Vasista Esports, they had the biggest opportunity of putting both Revenant X-Park as well as NG Pros down. But Vasista Esports did not predict NG Pros being there. They were only inclined on fighting with Revenant X-Park, and eventually they were also one of those teams who got eliminated. But let's talk about the MVP, and there it is, Shanky, who gets 8 total eliminations, 1951 damage, and this is just him picking those eliminations. Now when we look at the overall team score, right, you will see teammates with higher damage also, because they were helping Shanky out, making sure he finds all these eliminations. Do not let anybody survive or being revived.
You know, at the nick of the time, whenever I see Shani being utilized, once you go ahead and get the character working in the passive ability, you do get some points in your vest. And that's where I believe the rush always has been called in from the likes of Shanky. So overall, a really good performance, all-round performance coming in. Beeston being equipped from Aztec, of course, he's the grenadier of the team, but the others bringing in Avron gives them the opportunity for getting the information on where the opponents are likely to be at, the hideouts, the spots, and every single thing just working out to perfection. Total Gaming, they have just understood that this is going to help them a lot whenever they bring in Avron as their pet, towards rotating alongside taking those drop battles, the clashes as well. So I'm just enjoying the way this entire team is synchronized right now, and the team chemistry is out there. You can look at the damage being portrayed from every single person out there.
Yeah. Average is going to be 1500 damage. I think maybe even 1700 you can push it, as Aztec is sitting at 2137 damage, and you can see he has 4 assists. This is the reason I was saying Shanky, yes, has a lot of eliminations, but Mafia has 4 in terms of assist. Delete has 3. It was all spread across, and I think Delete was the initial big chunk of knocking players down, the responsibility that he was doing as the rusher, and Shanky was making sure next coming in line, put them, confirm that elimination, do not give much for them to play around. And I think this game, where we would have thought maybe a lot more revives, a little longer that the game could have been played out, we only end up seeing 55 eliminations, meaning calculatively, if you come across the board, that's very less in terms of the number of eliminations that were spread across the 12 teams, meaning everybody now has to start pulling up their socks, play a better game. If they don't, Total Gaming and maybe somebody else along the lines of Total Gaming will manage to get to the top 2 ticket and walk into the final.
See, most of the teams did not have a backup plan at all, Lucifer. We could see those eliminations coming in left, back, and center. And in the starting 5 minutes itself, we could see 3 teams departing from the map of Purgatory. So that itself showcases that they need to have a contingency plan, and that's where things are going to work out. They're going to have more amount of revivals, more amount of play styles, and let's just go ahead and see how well they can perform in the upcoming map. Nexterra being the upcoming map where we all have understood the portals can be a big menace, alongside the kind of sneaky plays that can be involved in this particular map is going to be super exciting.
And when we come into these newer maps, right, teams who have a lot of experience, they are the ones who are kind of banking on it, looking forward to their booyah, closing it out in their favor. And now that we've already seen Total Gaming, I think again we might see Total Gaming closing it even on Nexterra. It could be a big possibility. But hey, I was just going back on what tracking things of what maybe could change. Yeah, that is the main reason I was talking about it, that Total Gaming should be, as we talk about the teams to watch out for. This is and my whole reason now, Zora, I am going to stick to this, that you can put a blind eye on the likes of Total Gaming. They're going to do their thing, and they're going to make it through. Every other team, we have to now think of the #2 spot. I might be calling it a little too early, but I think so far Total Gaming have shown us that power of a gameplay from their end.
It's the versatility, right? They're always so versatile, whether it be Nexterra, whether it be Alpine or Solara, they'll always go ahead and play the elimination game so strong as their damage counter keeps increasing. 36,290. Oh my god! And yes, Jaunty Gaming did come in the middle, and they got a couple of booyahs. And Intellect Center is one of the primary spots where Total Gaming always heads towards. From there on, it's like a three-way ticket to wherever they want to go. Twin Bridge, you go to Museum, you find people. Revenant X Park, of course. You go to Farmtopia, you're going to find Aiku Reckoning as well. You even find Non-Stop Bros right around the corner. Zipway being one of the places where every single one of them joins hands and expects for some mayhem. Boxing Gym, Jaunty Gaming, so close, and they always reach towards the upper corner. So I don't know what to go ahead and imagine in my head, because most of the time it's going to be all of these teams heading towards Zipway, dishing it out, fighting, clashing, and then later on whoever survives, they're going to head all the way towards the southern side of the entire map and then call in those three following comrades, and then again band together, take a revenge fight, and from there I don't know what's going to happen.
I think right now teams should look forward to the top four. Yes, Total Gaming in that mix, along with them Jaunty Gaming, Car 98, Army. I think that was a really good game that they started off. I still don't understand of how they were able to stand on that watchtower for so long, and then even BotCod almost finding a full team elimination on Jaunty Gaming. Doing that tells me that Car 98 have made sure that their prime player BotCod is going to be a player to sort out for. And this is one of the reasons that I was even talking about BotCod and Car 98. If BotCod gets picked off, Car 98 are like headless chickens. They're just running across, and that might become a problem if it does break down. Hey, along with them, there's Jaunty Gaming as well as NG Pros, who are right now in that top 4 race, and if they are the ones closing things out in Nexterra, the difference that we speak about for the top 2 and the rest of the 6 teams is going to be a problem. But when we speak about the top 2, let's talk about our predictions. I go for Godlike this time. Of what just happened to them on Purgatory, I feel like Godlike would want to change this tide. They're going to be angry, and that might turn out here in Nexterra.
See, it's either a different aim. It might be anxious as well. Angry for sure, yes, but in the middle of angry, if you're anxious, then I believe most of the right decisions will also turn wrong. So I would just expect Godlike to go ahead and focus on how they used to play in the league stages. Cool, calm, collectedness has been one of the primary suits of this team and has seen them from bottom rising all the way towards the top. So hopefully that this time around they can go ahead and fix all of those mistakes that happened in the map of Purgatory, as they were purged so heavily at the beginning itself. The first team to depart was them, and I'm hoping, expecting that they can at least last till the very end in the map of Nexterra. So let's just go ahead, dive right into the map of Nexterra, as we are going to go ahead and witness a lot of vendetta.
It is an opportunity again. Open cards. The book doesn't have an ending yet, but an opportunity for everybody on Nexterra. The fight takes off, and it all starts from the Rusttown end at the eastern edge, ending at Museum. This is again an even Stevens flight path. Do we see a drop clash? They could be, and yes, it is at Intellect Center. Total Gaming have decided that we are gonna hit our nails right on point, contest everybody, take all the points, and now that's trouble for the likes of SATUL, who did not have a great game in Purgatory.
True that. Calling in the monster truck. Shanky, look at him. He's already going ahead and picturing this entire fight, providing the artificial cover as well to perfection. SATUL still trying to figure out where the opponents are. This all of a sudden feels like a CS mode. Oh boy.
Problem.
Oh, look at that. There's another team waiting afar. Revenant X Mark, what's going on here?
They've taken a little offset of a split. One player is in Turbine, one is in Museum, 2 players at Intellect Center. That's a wide approach, but right now we spoke about Godlike will go all out and they find one. The opening is already found as the first elimination on Nightmare, and they're looking forward to a lot more here at Grav Labs. Nightmare Kid being chased, Nancy spots him, Nancy puts him down as well, and the problem continues, and seems like Nightmares are gonna be for the same team, not for their opponents.
Arjun. Again, a lot of hope on his shoulder. Nobita right in front. The shots needs to be on point. That's a free point running right in front of you. What can you do in the given situation? Total Gaming on the other end. Height advantage. as Revenant X-Park, they're also right around the corner. Sahel, the first one to perish. As SAQL, they're slowly getting those number games on point. Couple of eliminations strong. Total Gaming, I can see one player at the tippy top and the others slowly making their way. And it can be a really good flank coming in from TG.
I think Total Gaming this time have decided that, hey, we are not just fighting with one squad, there's somebody here trying to ruin it. And there they finally, once they have clear vision, Divine in big trouble. The confirmation also comes through. Delete, instant delete coming through. It's not in the recycle bin, it's going to be full control shift delete. It's going to be out of the server. But for now, SATL, they still survive and there's an opportunity for a revive. But look at Car 98 of what happened in the previous map. They want to change things. They're already here. It's almost 4 teams clashing out at Intellect Center. Total Gaming this time have given some amount of space for all these teams to make their way in Intellect Center. Could be a problem for them. If not, it could be a whole of 8 eliminations in their favor.
That was a lovely shot coming in. Godlike on the other end, Grav Labs being one of the prime spots for Mayhem. They're trying to go ahead and forge down, get those points. 3 eliminations are looking concrete, but wait a second. Arjun from a far off angle, he has already spotted Nobita. All thanks to the time turner, Nobita is alive. Vota right in front. And it's M590 v M590. So let's see who wins this one. Straight up.
Oh, that was nasty shot coming through. But nonetheless, Yogi, he's picking up the brunt or the knocks that's happening. But I think this split approach coming in from Godlike while fighting with Nightmare and also kind of inclining towards Reckoning might cost them. But nonetheless, Yogi doing a big job. Godlike already have 4 total eliminations. Nightmare have also managed to grab some in their name and it looks like it's not stopping. We were just commanding Yogi and it seems like he's going to be done for. He's eliminated. Nancy, he's also down. Godlike now slowly looking in trouble. Players are getting revived but not with a lot of weapon. Potcod on the other end, targeting the players of Total Gaming. Once their position is revealed, Intellect Center in fight, Grav Labs at fight, and it doesn't look like that hotspot is going to turn off anytime soon.
Not at all. It's a hot geezer. And Car 98 Army, they're slowly running away from the entire action. Mafia on the other end, height advantage still taken. He knows there's going to be a lot of window of opportunity where it can take those shots and get at least a knock or two. Shanky on the other end has been taken care of and Delete. He's running to go ahead and aid him. And the support will be provided. Because SATL, they're not taking this fight seriously. They're getting a knock or two, but it's just far out shots coming in. Shanku, I can still see him getting involved. He's the only person standing there. As the others, they're all the way towards the boxing gym. So SATL, a big switcheroo, a big shift of paradigm, and they're all of a sudden inside the circle at the dead center.
So far, we have not seen a full team wipe on any end. Team Tycoons have also been finding eliminations. TG and SATL still an ongoing clash. But it seems like Car 98, they've decided, hey, this is going on for far too long. It could become a problem for us. We might be gate kept or we might be pushed off. And they decide, we're going to cut this, cross the bridge, move towards the museum. NG Pros on the other end. Again, Vasista Esports in trouble. Couple of eliminations were grabbed. And Vasista Esports, another approach where they're not ready with information and they're moving in that direction, they're getting just picked off. But Team Tycoons, they're the ones right now picking players off, and this time they've already picked 5. Nightmare, who were in contest with Godlike, are in now. Crosshairs of Team Tycoons. Arjun out in the open, spotted. Multiple players now ready to shoot the bullets on him, and Radhe Thakur, he's a little far off, so Arjun, he's in big trouble. He's getting completely surrounded in all directions, and Radhe Thakur tries his best, but he's going to be the first to falter. And Arjun, before his teammates could help him, Kid and Rochak, Team Tycoons will get both the eliminations in their name, and now Nightmare have to again switch their plan.
They indeed have to. And there's a flank angle being created as well. Ico Reckoning right behind. What can they do in this situation? Team Tycoon 7 eliminations strong. Wait a second. Nightmare sitting on 8? Oh, this is a lovely elimination game being showcased from there. And Hitman, what were you thinking? Why are you contesting that same spot twice? It's Cropsy right in front of you. He's for sure gonna take those shots, and it's gonna hit where it hurts the most. A lovely point being secured, and slowly but surely teams are going ahead and calling in dibs on all of those real estates. And I love the split coming in from Jaunty Gaming. A 2-2 split. And Revenant X-Park right in front in a single compound. One nade! And things are gonna falter for them.
Yeah, I'm worried. If there's a Bastion and if they're going to use it, that could become a problem along with Alvaro. Chauncey Gaming, especially going down in previous Purgatory when they had all their 4 men up. It was a 3v3v4 and they would have thought that the Booyah is going in their favor. I'm pretty sure this time they would want to turn that. Revenant X-Park, they're not giving them even a slight inch.
Oh, that's a nade.
Nade. Oh, the timing of that glue wall. Nice read coming in from Revenant X-Park and Jaunty Gaming. They decide to back off. They understand that now as the circle is closing in, there could be more teams moving and making their mark and their spot. There's the opening. That is Car 98 Army, who we spoke about, who decided to make their way out of Intellect Center, now fighting and finding the players of Revenant X-Park in deep troubles. And now Jaunty Gaming, they're trying to use this as an advantage and pick up eliminations.
Oh, that's right. But the team is still staying intact. Staying put in the same house. Jaunty Gaming, good nades coming in. They're completely isolating this one team in that compound. Yeah. And I believe this clash is going to be a really good one. Total Gaming against Godlike. And the rotations, I can see it. It's all in the mini-map. We're talking about this one team taking pot shots. Vincent still trying his level best. The knocks are coming through. But there's no confirmation, sadly. And that's what is affecting a lot overall in the way this entire situation is taken care of. Ooh. Lovely shots. But that's the only thing that they can do. The damage counter just going up.
Yeah, no value. A lot of resources being utilized just for those damages. And that's also info for the other team on the other end.
Sorry to interrupt. This is really good. Just imagine Jaunty Gaming. They're just waiting for one knock. And once that comes through, 3 players are already way too ahead of the tracks.
And Jaunty Gaming always know how to play from here on. Every time. Again, you look at them. They have 0 eliminations. Last time also when we looked at them and they were around multiple teams, they were able to get to that top 3. And they will do it here again. But this time, so far, Azora, not even a single team being eliminated here in Nexterra. That's a big thought. That's a lot of clash and fight. Look at Vasista Esports. They did get hit by Team Tycoons. A couple of eliminations going here and there. And now it's a wide spread. But even Aiku Reckoning did not have a great time. And therefore, Sohan all alone roaming outside in the play zone. Seems like he got knocked. And this is a problem. You cannot keep doing this. Vasista Esports, they have to change things. And it seems like they've done it. They let go down. And they instantly revive him. Making a jump quickly. But he's jumping where? Towards Aiku Reckoning.
Aiku Reckoning. Another wounded lion. Who needs to go ahead and get those elimination points. But so far, they haven't received a good amount. It's just 2 to their name. So let's just go ahead and see how well they can perform in this one. Wait, what? I thought for a fact that he's going to stay alive, but it's Mafia taking all of the shots on him, and the confirmation is imminent. It's just immediate retaliation, immediate getting knock points. And this is absolutely amazing. Total Gaming do not want to go ahead and give any window of opportunity for any given team. Vota in a different compound altogether, and look at them being separated. This isolation is important. Ninja in one corner. Aiku Reckoning, what can they do? As they need to band together, take a fight against Total Gaming, who's already so high on confidence.
It's going to be tough moving in from the northern edge of the circle. That's the reason they're trying to make a rotation happen. But on the other end, rotating the eliminations in their favor, both Jaunty Gaming and NG Pros. But 1+ God's Reign, they spot the likes of NG Pros and now start firing at them. That's big trouble, but Total Gaming, they get pushed from the likes of God. Like, this is the fight that we were waiting and brewing for. Aztec is down. Elimination confirmed. Delete. Can he save the day? He spots the players. Tried to use the launcher, but the knock is still not through. Godlike, they are reinforcing the walls inside the compound. Finally, there's an opening. Team Tycoons in the mix of it get eliminated by NG Pros, but Godlike, they are flustered. They're cornered. There's not much they could do. Nobita is down. It's down to the last two, Yogi and Nancy. Can they find an opening? It's Marco and Nancy, but it's down all to Nancy. The last man standing. He jumps on the glue wall. Sports Shanky. Can he find this? Can he eliminate? It's the one, and the launcher sends it off. And Godlike eliminate Total Gaming. What a fight coming through.
But they've already reaped all the rewards that they needed. Total Gaming, so far, they've done so much damage that Godlike cannot come back from it. And there comes the fight that we all were waiting for. 1+ God's Range is going ahead, dishing out those damage. Vashishtha taking those spot shots. They are moving forward. They know there are some free points waiting for them. Swaroop trying to hold the flag, but I don't think so. He will get the opportunity as 3 players are pouncing right at his doorstep. Could not do much. Graffiti Blessing was utilized, but unfortunately it did not give the benefit of the entire situation. Vashishtha Esports, they have been eliminated. And not a good sight from their end. But overall the performance, it has come through. Jaunty Gaming on the other end. Couple of knocks and both of them instantly revived. And guess what? They've taken care of that one team that they were taking shots against. Revenant X-Pac.
Revenant X-Pac. Right across the room, and they finally clear that off. But what a fiery Nexterra this is turning out to be. 1+ God's Reign, as you can see, so many eliminations that they were able to grab. Vasishtha Esports down now. Car98, they've not had a great start here in Nexterra. They've not found a lot. Nancy in the mix of it, in a small hut, but that's going to be a problem for him. He doesn't have much to work around. He has to make sure he doesn't make any noise. Essetial on the other end, they are yes in the circle, but have they cleared their backlines? Jaunty Gaming, after eliminating the likes of Revenant X-Pac, will be looking forward to a lot more. But Car98, they drag their attention. That should be information for Essetial as they're trying to move in. Car98 do not land anything, and now for them to get closer, they have to cross. They're trying their best, making sure that no vision is given to the opponents. But Nancy, the last man, really gets spotted from Wind Smoke. And that's Godlike being eliminated in the top 5. And now we are down to the last 4 teams. It's going to be 1+ God's Reign, Jaunty Gaming, SATL and Car98. Except for SATL, all the teams have their 4 players. But I was a little too early. Jaunty Gaming's player gets picked off. And now Kunal is angry about it. He's making a rush.
That's right, repositioning coming in. Kunal have already taken down Jarvis, Vincent, couple of players. Ooh.
What an open place to fight for.
Okay, the Riptide Rhythm went so ahead of where it had usually been spotted towards. But 1+ God's Reign, in the midst of all of that, they are looking very healthy alongside Car98 Army. But I believe Car98 Army, the positioning itself is screaming warning right there. But wait a second, Jaunty Gaming, what is that play coming forward? They're taking some really nice deadly maneuvers, and I think this might pay off.
No, now it might be difficult because the zone, it's shifting in the other direction, and Jaunty Gaming, they're the ones who are on the back line. Car98 and God's Reign, they met each other. Melts is being used. 1+ God's Reign, you can see the fire on them, right? That tells us of the numerous eliminations they were able to deal. But God, he starts an opening with a knock, instantly rushing through. Soul, can he find another elimination on a knock? Yes, Sancho is down. Kaushik in trouble. God is making a move. Kaushik is down. Predator, can he find his prey? No, says Car98 Army, and a full team vibe coming in. Brilliant execution, but the fight for the Booyah is not done. Car98 have to fight with the last 2 of Jaunty Gaming.
Jaunty Gaming still prepping up every single thing. Vincent from far off, he has a sniper rifle and he wants to provide the support close quarter. What can happen? Jarvis, it's all onto his shoulders as the melters slowly but surely are going to take away all the glue walls right in front. There comes the entire Tatsuya dash. Jarvis taking all of those shots, but unfortunately he's not able to match up to the level as Car98 Army. They have surrounded both of the players and taken them down. What a lovely way to receive the Booyah. First taking care of that one team who had all the 4 players. 1+ God's Reign, and from there on, Car98 Army, they were just on a different level of confidence.
Bot God, he starts things off, and this is the reason I keep talking about this man. He is the crucial, the element, he is the magma, he is the center, and if everything works for Car 98, it is around him, and that's what happened. He found an opening with a nade, and from there on you could see Soul just channel through, pushed, and everybody, his teammates surrounding likes of 1+ God's Reign. But I thought 1+ God's Reign would be the one winning that fight out of how clinical they were in eliminating every team in front of them. But I think of how things turned around, and I think most of the times, even in the previous map when we ended up seeing Purgatory, Jaunty Gaming, we kind of banked on them that they should be winning it. But Bot God destroyed their plans, and that was the reason Jaunty Gaming missed out on a booyah, and that is the reason again Jaunty Gaming miss out, and the name is Car 98 Army.
Well, the time turner, imagine Lucifer, if it had come like 3 seconds earlier, that entire cluster of a grenade wouldn't have taken a player down, and that's where things changed. Car 98 Army, they just wanted to get that one window of opportunity, one knock, and from there on they converted the entire fight to their name. This is where 1+ God's Reign was looking so good, taking pot shots at every single one of them who's trying to enter towards the circle. But here's where Car 98 Army was so clinical, precise, alongside getting those eliminations without losing a single man. That's the highlight, without losing a single man, and that's where Jaunty Gaming were banking upon. At least a single knock from the likes of 1+ God's Reign would have given the window of opportunity where the third party would have been imminent. But no, says the entire team of Car 98 Army, and they send it across with the booyah.
They're happy, as you can see. Not a lot of celebration because, hey, this is why we are talking about this. And I think these athletes have come to that idea of knowing that early celebration might be a problem towards the end. So they're making every win count, feeling good about it, but not just banking that their qualification is done because of it. But with this victory, with this booyah that Car 98 Army have gotten themselves, they should be easily topping the charts, because this time Total Gaming were only able to grab 8 total points, not eliminations. They were able to get 6 of it, only 2 placement points. And Jaunty Gaming, they might have actually even taken that second spot. We have to wait and watch in the overall standings. But Jaunty Gaming, as always I've spoken about them, the most consistent team. They get points across every map, never miss it.
Exactly, and that's where I think that Jaunty Gaming is currently on the 2nd position, and 3rd is Car 98 Army, if I'm not wrong with my mathematics. Overall, if you talk about Total Gaming, of course, they had a very good first game, but later on getting just 8 points is not going to go ahead and give them the lead. But talking about the MVP, Harsh has to be that one person who provided the kind of support. Alongside, he's the grenadier of the team as well. This gives that window of opportunity where 1+ God's Reign are still kicking the bottle and telling that, wait a second, the time turner 3 seconds early would have been the perfect call. 4 eliminations, Chrono being equipped, being the active ability, alongside a damage of over 2,600. Itself showcases that this man was at the doorstep whenever the team needed him the most.
This clearly states that teams who are looking forward to or grabbing the booyah are around an average of 1700 damage being done. But Harsh having even 6 assists is a big one, meaning he was a part of 10 eliminations in total. That is a big move from his end. Let's even talk about his teammates, of how all of them made it work. And you can see Botcott, I was kind of looking at maybe he also had a Beastion or an Alvaro on the passive, but he had a Steffi, and therefore Car 98 did not have to be worried about throwables coming from the other direction. They had a Chrono on one hand, they had Steffi making sure the throwables don't work, and in case somebody's putting up covers to hide behind, they had the Skylar. The way this team, in terms of the booyah they got, is functioning so well in terms of their abilities as well.
True, moreover, they're being consistent. In the previous game as well, they came in top 4. In the second one, they came in top 4. Showcases that this team is going ahead and fighting all the demons in within themselves, alongside showcasing some really nice game as well. Well said, of course, the damage has fallen short by another digit, but it's alright. But the entire team, they have showcased some really good, solid front from their end. So overall, a really nice game from their end. Car 98 Army, this team has already showcased something really good when it comes to the league stage, and now performing in week 3 as well. Just showcasing that they are deserving of that second spot, or the first one, you never know.
This was a high-scoring game. for a lot of teams, as you can see, at 84 eliminations from the previous Purgatory, which was just at 50. This tells you that every team fought as long as they could, survived with 114 knocks coming through, a damage of 57,000. But look at the number of glue walls destroyed. That tells us that there was a lot of battle happening everywhere across the map. Imagine towards that final few circles, we ended up seeing almost around 10 teams still surviving Azora. And that is the reason those numerous glue walls are on our screen in terms of such high numbers. And this Nexterra, I think, of all the other maps, I would have predicted this might be kind of an average one. This ended up being a high energetic and a high scoring game.
Always, Nexterra always brings in the element of surprise, but now's the time where we can go ahead and witness the overall standing where Kar98 Army, they are leading the charge with a point of 39. Total Gaming right behind, 3-point shot. 36 is what they have. Jaunty Gaming, they also have 36. So this is the number of tie that we can see coming in from second and the third position. OnePlus God's Reign just trailing right behind with 32 total points, and SATL right there at the doorstep with 20 total points.
I'm happy for both SATL as well as Nightmare, because today, compared to their start on the league stage week 1, is phenomenal. They're already at the 5th and the 6th spot. They're also close to contention. The difference around them is around 19 points. Easily doable if they start eliminating the players of Kar98 and Total Gaming. But the teams who have not actually made a mark, especially of us thinking would qualify, a big surprise is NG Pros. They're not having a good run so far. Nexterra was not their place. Purgatory was okay-ish for them. But godlike, even after winning the fight against Total Gaming, that seems to be a rivalry in the brew. It's not enough in terms of points. But the major disappointment, I think, coming in is going to be IQ Reckoning. Of all the teams, Vasista and IQ Reckoning, I wouldn't think them to be here in the bottom two at 11 and 12 with just 9 points alongside of Team Tycoons. Team Tycoons, the name as itself tells us, right? Tycoons, they can change things anytime. So I still have that confidence. But Vasista Esports, along with them, seeing IQ Reckoning, and we know IQ Reckoning, they're similar to how Jaunty Gaming play out. So this is a surprise of a start. And if this continues, it's not elimination, yes, but it's still a surprise to see a game like that from them.
I mean, I believe they're focusing more on doing the hard work. I would say that. Moreover, I still understand that, yes, there are some opportunities where teams could have easily gone in for the fight and won it clearly. But again, the man count disadvantage is always giving them the downhand towards how well they can execute that particular fight. So I'm expecting and I'm hoping all of these teams can go ahead and fix their problems, as a couple of games have already long gone. Later on, the 4 maps which are going to be very grueling. Few of them you've already known it's going to be vanilla. But again, in that vanilla map as well, there are those teams who perform so good. Specifically in Kalahari, we all know NG Pros, they come in first. Second, it's always going to be Total Gaming, showcasing that kind of a gameplay. But the others, they're still yet to go ahead and make their way. So let's just see how well they can perform in the upcoming ones.
Let's take a quick break, because after this is going to be the vanilla game that you spoke about. That is Bermuda. Who's going to get the booyah? After the break, don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to TEZ FFMIC India Cup. You guys are watching the Week 3 matches. We have discovered our top 12 teams, and today, out of those 12 teams, 2 of them will make it directly into the grand finals. It's gonna be a golden ticket for these teams, and you know what? Why wouldn't you want to be in one of these? If you manage to get into the top 2 today, you will absolutely have no trouble in the rest of the league stage. In fact, you won't even need to play the rest of the league stage. Who wouldn't want that luxury?
Not only that, they get a golden ticket directly into the LAN event, and everybody are wanting to get there, the grand finals, which is going to take place in Kolkata. So I'm hoping to see, the big names making it first, so that the underdogs will have a little bit of a work to do. But for now, we're going to be looking at teams to watch out for, because the upcoming map is going to be the map of Bermuda. And as always, it has been the fight between these 3 teams when it comes to eliminations. Look at that, NG Pros with 40, Total Game with 41, and the Godlike Esports with 37. But majorly, it's going to be NG Pros, who have got least amount of damage, have been clinical because they've been picking up booyahs after booyahs in this specific map.
When you keep on consistently getting booyahs upon booyahs, especially in the map of Bermuda, you raise your chances of getting to the top very, very quickly, because Bermuda is that kind of a map where nobody really will have any trouble. And when you have your drop locations confirmed and you've been noticing all your opponents dropping into these spots, you know exactly what you have in mind. So far, the peak area used to be the most heavily contested area, because there were many teams like IQ Reckoning, Godlike, Team Tycoons and SATUL dropping towards peak. But the team that we expect to win the most today, that is NG Pros, have Observatory all to themselves. Now, we have seen plenty of occasions where one of these teams, maybe Godlike or maybe IQ Reckoning, will abandon peak and go towards either Factory or Pochnock. But there is a chance that some of the other teams might also occupy the Hangar, Graveyard and Bullseye spaces, because quite honestly, that is a missed opportunity for a lot of them.
Yep. Absolutely. And we have been seeing that the peak region is not actually that much congested as we think it is, because sometimes, sense kick into these teams and they're like, let's not get into any kind of skirmishes early on so that we don't lose any kind of play. So they head on towards the Factory and the Mars Electric regions, are hoping to see few of these teams do the same. But we can expect some third parties to take place in case there's an early skirmish, and that has been the go-to strategy for most of these teams when it comes to the map of Bermuda.
Yeah. And when it comes to Bermuda, all these places that you mentioned, these will come into effect as secondary drop locations. But my primary concern is still gonna be towards the mid-section, where a lot of teams get caught out in the middle of rotations. Wow. Yeah. Okay, we have drastically different predictions. Okay, up until now, the predictions for most of the casters were somewhat similar. At least one team would be common. You went for Team Tycoons, K98 Army, and NG Pros. Very understandably so. I also would have picked NG Pros, but I think I wrote them down as my top contenders for another map, which is why I don't have them here. But please tell me, why would you think Team Tycoons and K98 have a chance over here?
I mean, K98, they've been my prediction for the top 2 teams to move forward into the grand finals, and it seems like, they are being consistent. And as we enter into the game, I do believe that we can discuss more about this, because this map is going to be the most default one, which every single player who has played Free Fire Max so far would understand, from the nooks and crannies to every buildings and windows. They know it very, very well, and the flight path also favoring all these teams is going to just make things much more interesting.
It is indeed quite interesting as we take off over the skies of Bermuda, ladies and gentlemen. We go from Shipyard down towards Sentosa Island. And as expected, NG Pros have taken over the Observatory and Graveyard region, even spreading out towards Bullseye. Nightmare Esports, as the predictions said, will take over Shipyard. They will most likely make their way down towards Plantation. Total Gaming, on the other hand, instead of going directly towards Cape Town and Keratin, this time they're going to drop towards Riverside and then spread out, with Delete going towards Peak. I don't know why he's dropping towards Peak alone, but Peak, as you can see, is quite heavily contested. You've got IQ Reckoning, Remnant X Spark, Godlike Esports also present over here. Team Tycoons were supposed to go towards Peak, but then they went a little towards the eastern side, and now they might be clashing against Vasista Esports.
Oh yes, but this 3-way Mexican standoff is just going to be the beginning of the very fights which can occur. because it's going to be godlike right now, and very closely is reckoning. And that's the important part, because Total Gaming is also trying to come in over here, wait for the opponents to start things off, and that is where Delete will also start. Elimination leader, the first one goes into the hands of Team Tycoons, who have started things off on a very good note, but it seems like Vasista is also starting to retaliate.
Vasista is starting to retaliate against Team Tycoons, but back towards peak. You've got Godlike chasing down Sahil through the pool, and Sahil is in a little bit of trouble. Luis can save him. As soon as Yogi steps out, Luis shreds him down with that Akimbo Vector. But the Vectors will not help him all that much. Luis loses his life. Nobita inside that Chrono Time Turner, hoping to save Sahil, will not be able to do so. At least Vulvin is right next to a vending machine, so he can plug in one of his teammates back online. But Yogi, the IGL, still remains in the Netherrealm.
For now, it's going to be Reckoning coming in closer, and they've been wanting, some really good eliminations, and they've started off on a very good note. Nobita coming in from the backlines will be traded as well. It's going to be Nancy who's going to be the next one to be bleeding out. Godlike, it looks like they're not having such a great time. The last survivor of this very team will look forward to the nearest vending machine, because in case he delays a little bit, he's going to be caught off guard. And guess what? Right behind them comes the big name of Total Gaming as Delete starts things off on a very high note.
Yup, at least they managed to plug Yogi in back, so Yogi, the sole survivor of Godlike, will now be responsible for bringing the rest of his teammates online. But Reckoning, in the process of hunting down the last few members of Godlike, have now fallen victim to Total Gaming. At least they managed to lick their wounds, recuperate their losses, and fall back from this spot. And they're going to go towards the south of Peak, escape the center of this area, down towards the double balcony house. This is a pretty good spot to hold, especially when you have 3 eliminations early game already. You've got a bounty on Mafia, so you know exactly where Total Gaming will be. You can track their movement, and now you can continue going towards the rest of the map while looking for more loot. You've also deployed, a UAV drone, so yeah, you can probably deal with that, deny information to your opponents. Meanwhile, Vasista Esports versus Team Tycoons. Keep in mind that Vasista were minding their own business, but Team Tycoons dropped towards Peak and then decided to move towards Vasista in order to avoid the Peak battles. So yeah, Team Tycoons having a good time. Delete. He's got eyes on Reckoning. What does he do with this information though? Because they saw Reckoning fall back from here quite early on. At that time, even the UAV got a glimpse of them.
Oh,
no,
look at what's happened on the other side.
Yeah, they're out already.
And look at Hitman, look at that confidence. They're like, you know what, this was just another walk in the park. And they've done a great job, to be frank, because initiating a fight at the beginning and making sure you complete it is one of those ways for you to show your dominance in this game. And with those 4 to 7 early eliminations they've got, now they can take their time to come to the center of the map. Whereas on the other side, it's going to be NG Pros. And it seems like they have also been detected by someone close by. And probably it could be someone from that of Godlike, because they are the only team who can be that close to NG Pros right now.
Jaunty Gaming, they've got the center of the Bhimasakti strip. K98 army also descending upon them. You've got Sid from the other side of the road. Soul and Bot God both trying to close in the distance. And they're just using that third-person perspective to completely get information. And now that they've figured out that most of Jaunty Gaming is inside this house, K98 can work on laying siege to this particular compound. They need to work quickly though, because Godlike is on the horizon. They might just third party if they are not quick enough. But Vincent and Kanal from inside are laying down the fireworks. They've got the eliminations on Harsh and Bot God. Now luckily Sid was across the road. He's inside that one compound which has the vending machine, so he can bring his teammates back online. But he lost Soul as well. And now Sid remains as the only member of the team who's still got boots on the ground. His other 2 players are still descending from the skies. Sid nading on the other side, hoping to buy some space, hoping to get away from here. Can he actually make it though? Because he tries to venture outside and he gets caught with the nade in hand. Sid and Kunal trade each other out. It's very funny that they both knocked each other, but Kunal can easily be revived. And while Sid will end up losing his life, before he died, he managed to revive 2 of his players who will definitely not land anywhere close to Bhimasakti strip again. So they can continue soldiering on.
I mean, I don't understand why K98 Army was so eager to take those fights, because ultimately I do understand that they ended the previous game with a decent domination, but it also comes down to, you know, having those confidence, trying to have that controlled aggression, because that has been the key for their success so far, and hoping to see them, you know, learning from their mistakes even before they can say goodbye from the lobby. Right now, we're able to witness another fight taking place, and Jaunty Gaming, they want to keep themselves busy from the get-go.
Jaunty Gaming are busy defending Bhimasakti Strip. I mean, there's only one reason they're fighting this hard and refusing to leave. I think they've kind of predicted that the circle will end up coming over here. I mean, Jaunty Gaming has always been one of those teams that manages to predict where the circle will go. Them and S8UL, two teams who are very heavy on the center. So let's see whether their prediction is true or not. Because for now, while Nightmare Esports is also trying to move into Bhimasakti Strip, these seem like they will be good neighbors to each other. OnePlus God's Reign still taking a little bit of blue zone damage in Observatory. They don't really need anything else. Godlike, they find Riverside vacant, so they manage to revive all their players, and now they're a 4-match strong team. Revenant X Spark, though, they are taking on Team Tycoons head on. They get the knock onto Amin. Gopu as well. It's just down to Hitman. He flew away. And now Revenant X Spark are aware that he's the sole survivor. So they are gonna descend upon him like vultures raining down from the sky to pick up the scrapes off of their dead bodies. They want to eliminate Team Tycoons here and now. One of our predictions is gonna be so in the grounds. Buried 6 feet under. And Hitman is just counting his final days. Revenant X Spark put their journey to an end.
I mean, Team Tycoons, I don't know how come they became so underconfident in that fight. It was not necessary for them to actually run away, outside of the circle. Probably launching themselves to the nearest vending machine would have been such a great option. But I do understand the persistency coming in from the opponents was too strong. Whereas on the other side, the Riptide Rhythm is just going to make sure that Godlike is going to walk into the crosshairs. Marco, very low on HP. Mafia on the other side lands perfectly. A good headshot into the heads of Yogi. But the sad part is Total Gaming cannot confirm this, because they would never risk leaving this building.
Yeah, definitely Total Gaming don't want to leave this building, but this is a nice L-shaped compound that they control and will continue to control until the circle forces them out. As you see, most of the teams have decided to focus on Bhimasakti Strip because they expect the circle to end over here. Jaunty Gaming and Nightmare were one of the first people to arrive, but now not just the valley, but even the mountains on the either side of it are being occupied. Total Gaming control that L-shaped house on the eastern side. Meanwhile, towards the silo area, you also have another team, I believe. I'm not really sure which team it was. We'll have to take a look at the map again. But for now, K98 Army, while they have managed to recover most of their teammates, don't have the numbers advantage going up against NG Pros over here. Oh, plenty of freeze bombs and landmines being deployed. Harsh takes a lot of damage. And that's from a different angle, I believe. Yep, somebody from their left-hand side is shooting them. I'm kind of curious to see who that is. But
I think
for
it's
now,
Manu.
NG Pros, it could be. Sid has the angle. Sid should be able to cover them from afar, but NG Pros are simply not moving in the direction where Sid can shoot at them. Instead, they go inside, and now these guys will be in trouble. The glue walls will block their path ahead. Anubhav trying to chase, but Sid will find him from afar, and that's Anubhav down. Drop C trying to navigate this mess of a glue wall infested area, and even the chrono shields are not really making it easy. Harsh and Soul managed to get a nice triple elimination. NG Pros.
There comes another team all together in OnePlus God's Reign.
Yep, and now this third party is going to be super intense. K98 at least have all their health with them, so they should be able to fight OnePlus God's Reign. They don't really need a reset, but the time is not on their side. Sid from afar gets a double elimination, but so does Predator. And now that almost everybody from K98 has been wiped out, it's just down to Sid once again. Can OnePlus God's Reign chase him to the ends of the earth and mark the end of K98 right here and now? This is going to be extremely rare. They use the binoculars, figured out that he's the only person over there. They even sent a UAV in his direction to just keep a track of him.
Oh, guess what? They're just heading right there because they know the vending machine is way too close to him and he might end up reviving one of the players. But Sid, on the other side, is trying to buy as much time as possible. One plus God's Reign, it was just a deception. They were like, you know what? We are not interested to put him down. But on the other side, Manu, he finds him off guard and he makes sure he puts an end for the side of Car98, being the last survivor from the side of NG Pros, can now put this complete team back into this game. And it all depends on where he stands outside of the circle and how much of a brunt can he bear from this zone.
Sheesh. I mean, NG Pro started that battle against Car98 Army in a bid to eliminate them, but even though they suffered multiple losses, multiple casualties in the process, they end up finishing their mission. Car98 Army, the number 1 team in the lobby, is out, and now the road is wide open for everyone else. Godlike are gonna be overjoyed with that because they desperately need these points, and by suppressing 1+ God's Reign in that compound, they will make lives difficult for them because the zone is gonna push them out eventually. So they are gatekeeping them quite well. But this is just the 3rd circle. I mean, if 1+ God's Reign have enough medkits, they can tank the blue zone damage just a little bit and then use the jump pad to get in.
Now, this is where 1+ God's Reign, they're in a deadlock. There's no way they can come out of that hard compound and safely make it into the circle. Probably right now, if they choose to use a launcher and try to land themselves somewhere in the middle of the Bhima Sakti strip, I do believe that they might have a bit of a chance. But Godlike, since they've got their crosshair locked on against the side of 1+ God's Reign, it's going to be so hard for them to evade from all those fights and then make it in. And let's not forget, there's been just 8 more teams left out in this lobby, and with Total Gaming almost having the center of the next circle and the only hard compound inside that, they're going to be the favorites yet again to pick this booyah.
Yep, Total Gaming will be the favorites to take this booyah, but they will also be the center of attention for a lot of these opponents. All of them will be focusing on them. Both Jaunty Gaming and SHUL want the top of this hill, but while they fight each other, you've also got Aiku Reckoning taking pot shots at Jaunty Gaming and SHUL both. It's all up to Marvel. He's going outside the zone, hoping that this dashes will save him, but Arsh and Shanku will be stolen away by Reckoning Esports. Those are some frags that belong to Jaunty Gaming, and that is a daylight robbery. Reckoning Esports walking away with 2 more elimination points than they deserved, and now that Jaunty Gaming is the biggest threat, they're going to turn their attention towards them. On the other hand, 1+ God's Reign have been eliminated. They were being hard gate kept, so they will fall victim to it. But Reckoning Esports and Jaunty Gaming, these teams will now lock horns. From behind, you've got Marvel trying to take pot shots, but inside this Chrono Shield, nobody has any angles. Vincent up close and personal with that double arm elimination will lay waste to Aiku Reckoning.
I mean, I was not expecting Jaunty Gaming to go this aggressive in the lobby. I do understand that they love to play to the center of the circle, but this time around, a little bit of a change in the gameplay is rewarding them in abundance. As for now, Godlike, they're trying to do their best to pick up as many eliminations as they try, as possibly they can before they enter into the circle. Nancy, the last man standing. And on the other side, Rothak, it seems like he has a clue about this final player. In one way or the other, Godlike have always been successful in resetting their team as soon as given them an opportunity. And guess what? Nancy is just going to take this fight head on against the side of Rothak.
Nancy versus Rothak. I mean, Nancy is one of the highest fraggers in the lobby aside from Yogi. So Godlike really living up to their name. The nightmare has ended and maybe the dream period for Godlike will begin now because they control this entire southern periphery of the circle. You've got Jaunty Gaming towards the cell phone tower, and the other cell phone tower is currently occupied by KD God, who is kinda low on health. He's gonna get shot down by Shanky, but Total Gaming are under assault now. You've got Godlike knocking on the doors below. So 2 players of Total Gaming will pay attention towards Revenant X Park. Meanwhile, the other 2 are gonna desperately try to gatekeep Godlike. But hold on, Revenant X Park is actually helping them out. The nades from Sahil knock Yogi out. Marco also on extremely low health. It's gonna make a cocoon and hope to get Yogi back upon his feet, but Total Gaming can always just look behind them and start taking pot shots. Hold on, Aztec and Delete are putting the screws to Jaunty Gaming. Jarvis and Gunotro are out. And Jaunty Gaming are now being survived by just 2 members. Vincent is hoping that the glue wall will save him. He's desperately hoping that Total Gaming will look elsewhere and will be distracted.
Oh my god, and the shot connects in with that Mafia will be landing both those shots to crisp. will be getting 2 eliminations. And guess what? Total Gaming, they understood that Godlike can't do much below the building. And what it did was concentrate on the far end to make sure that the either side of the lobby is cleared out. And that is where they're concentrating on the closest one next. Now, Godlike, they're going to do their best to climb up that, climb up the stairs, but I don't think so it's going to be an easy affair, because as much as possible, Total Gaming is going to restrict this team from coming up, and that is when Revenant X Park are going to be like, you know what, we have done the waiting, let's head in and see which of these teams will be able to put on first, and probably that is where Godlike and Revenant X Park are going to get head on with one another, and Total Gaming, with a bit of a launcher, can launch themselves to the next circle peacefully.
Yeah, but I don't think the next circle is gonna be the problem now. Their biggest problems will be each other, with both Total Gaming and Godlike focusing on Revenant X Park, considering the zone is shifting.
Oh, no.
All that Revenant X Park need to do is stay hidden and stay alive, ready to intercept them. Of course, Total Gaming will have the option to use the launcher, but Godlike instead climb up. They break the glue wall and burst out onto the roof. Delete, Mafia, Aztec, all three of them are taking care of the people inside. It's just down to Shanky. Shanky will die, but Delete is also low on health. It's a 3v2 battle. Total Gaming need to now move forward. Mafia at one point was the top fragger, but now has been laid to waste. Revenant X Spark have taken the booyah.
It seems like the Bulls were on the prowl, and they're going to be happy with what they could chew on at the final circle. And what a game it has turned out to be for the side of Revenant X Park. Patience has been the key for this team, and they've been rewarded heavily for it. But I just love the way, Godlike was waiting right behind that glue wall, and they were like, you know what, just wait for the next circle to come. As soon as Total Gaming show their back, that is when we're going to rush in. For some reason, the glue wall gets exploded, and then immediately Godlike out busy rushing against Total Gaming, who are well prepared for this strategy. And I do believe this is what happens when you've done your homework right.
Yep. And when you've done your homework, you also know exactly what to prioritize. This time, Godlike knew that they can actually try to go out into the zone and try to fight Revenant X Park, but then Total Gaming will shoot them from behind. So they decide to take a risk. They take that gamble fight against Total Gaming, and even if they lose, at least they will go down swinging. At least they'll be able to get a couple of eliminations before they bite the dust, because it is a difficult situation. Nobody likes to share the same compound. Nobody likes, one person staying on the ground floor, the other one staying on the first floor. That kind of a roommate situation just doesn't exist in Free Fire, Max.
Absolutely. Now, again, the best part is Revenant X Park. They were waiting for the Grenadier to do the job, and that's a very, very intelligent move. They were like, you know what? Those two have not been moving from a long time. Probably they're going to hit one another either inside of the building or in the terrace. So what we're going to do is we just want to wait for a Grenadier to do the job. And initially, one good grenade was all it took for Total Gaming to be decimated, as they were already wounded by the side of Godlike. I'm hoping to see some more patience gameplay paying off in this lobby. But yes, Godlike, Total Gaming, and Revenant X Park, the fan favorite teams, doing well. Is just, making things much more interesting. The overall standing will look so different after we watch this final moments of the game.
You can see how difficult it is to fight in a situation like this, because you take a little bit of zone damage and you already lost so much of your health. And while this is happening, Revenant X Park had already started celebrating the moment those two teams started fighting, They knew for a fact that the win condition lies in making the other two teams fight and weakening them before they themselves bounce in to finish them off and get the booyah. Great stuff by Revenant X Park. They did not have the best position at the start of this circle, but they found a way to stay alive, and the end zone favored them after all.
Absolutely. 22 points is what they're going to rake up. Total Gaming closely following up. Another consistent team with Jaunty Gaming getting 18 and 16 respectively. Godlike seems like they're catching up the momentum, and if they're able to be consistent, this team might end up with more than one booyahs by the end of the day. Nightmare Esports on the other side have got 12, Reckoning Esports with 10, Team Tycoons, Gods Rain, and Car 98, those teams which I felt could do much better, are going to land themselves with just 8, 8, and 6 respectively.
10 eliminations for Revenant X Park. Quite humble if you take a look at it. Otherwise, even Total Gaming and Jaunty Gaming didn't get that many. So not a lot of teams over here with double eliminations. Even the numbers over here, as you can see with the MVP standings, 4 eliminations and 2016 damage. Rather humble. We've seen way better games from other players. So I would just say that this entire game of Bermuda kept teams down towards the ground rather than letting them fly up too high. A lot of these teams were getting eliminated early on, especially not giving them a chance to revive their fallen comrades is a big deal over here. I would also like to give some credit to Wolvin, because he did manage to, revive quite a lot of the players of Revenant X Park, without which these players would not have been able to get the booyah.
I mean, so far so good, to be frank, because now I'm starting to, jot down numbers and see which among these teams might end up on the top of the table. And things are looking very good for the side of Revenant X Park. The team stats speak for itself. A Chrono, Skylar, Oscar and a Casey combination. Slowly and steadily we are walking backwards in time, Crips, because I believe that Chrono could be the next favorite yet again for these frontline assaulters. If not for the frontline assaulters, at least for the Grenadiers, who watch out for their backs, who don't need to watch out for their backs, but rather be in that shield to toss some grenades. Katie God, Skylar, Oscar from Luis and Wolvin going with Casey.
Yeah, I'm actually also surprised that they picked up Suzy, because they probably want a lot more tokens for elimination. Given that that's a character you only pick when you want to go for a very elimination heavy game, these guys have rather humble numbers for the side of their damage and their eliminations. 4 eliminations apiece for Sahil and Luis. Obviously Sahil had a lot more damage with 2300. So that is pretty impressive. But then you've got KD God, who did not really do much in the entire game. Only 119 for him. I believe that KD God was never revived in the first place. He only got eliminated very early on to its peak. And then later on they didn't have enough money to bring him back. So they kind of had to play the game without him. And even the numbers over here are pretty humble. 67 total eliminations. Like I said, not a lot of opportunities to res your fallen teammates a lot. The only people who managed to get the revives back online were teams like SHUL, Revenant X Park, even Vasista Esports for that matter. After losing the first 2 members against Team Tycoons, they got a couple of their players back, but then Team Tycoons wiped the rest of them anyway. So that way, 47,000 total damage is pretty nice. Yeah, the 177 glue balls being destroyed is pretty impressive, considering that there were so many teams towards Bhimasakti strip in the open in the last circle. So yeah, those were the team and the map stats. Revenant X Park have taken the booyah in Bermuda, and coming up next is going to be Kalahari. Now keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, Kalahari is one of those maps where you've got a lot of contest for the refinery area, but the circle doesn't often end up over there. So refinery will end up becoming a place where you can get a bunch of heavy eliminations, and then you move towards the, wherever the circle is to get that booyah.
Yeah, absolutely. But also when it comes to Kalahari, how can you not speak about Total Gaming? Because they've been the most successful team when it comes to this map, not by the wise of booyahs, but rather being the highest elimination takers for this lobby, and that has been favoring them for a really long time. And they take away the spotlight even though they don't get a booyah, because they always end up at the top of the table. But for now, NG Pros are going to be the team to watch out for. They've been the favorites for most of the casters for their predictions, to to place their bets on to be this team to be moving forward into the grand finals. But I some way feel that NG Pros, they've started to feel the heat. They've started to not understand the lobby well. Or rather, it's the teams who have understood their gameplay very well.
Let's take a look at the preferred drop spots as well, because while Total Gaming and NG Pros have basically been the favorites of, pretty much everyone in the entire lobby, not just in Kalahari, but even to qualify, a lot of casters are predicting that it will come down to these 2 teams. Total Gaming will actually land in a pretty safe spot in command post, and they don't always end up fighting Team Tycoons over there. Team Tycoons, as you know, might take command post for themselves, but Total Gaming also have a habit of going towards Santa Catrina and then moving between Confinement and Stone Ridge. So that is a very distinct possibility over here. Godlike, as you know, have been the kings of refinery for the longest time, so whether they are able to repel away K98 Army and Nightmare remains to be seen. That might just be the most interesting part about this battle today.
Absolutely. Now, I'm slowly trying to understand why Mammoth and Sub has never been, one of the primary drop locations for most of these teams. I do understand that later they do counter-strategize and, they move away from that refinery region. But, having that as your primary drop location is going to come up with a lot of perks as well as a bit of drawbacks as well. Speaking about drawbacks, since I did not have such a great time in my previous prediction, this time around, I'm hoping to see, some change in tide, because I'm hoping that Total Gaming is going to be walking away with the Booyah. And your predictions would be Crips.
Yeah, I think I messed up my predictions because I was under the assumption that I'm gonna put down the predictions for the map of Alpine, but apparently this is Kalahari, so these are not my predictions for this map. My bad on that one.
Okay.
That being said,
Alright.
it kind of works out. I mean, I've gone for a very safe pick of Non-Stop Gaming and Godlike in Kalahari, which, let's be honest, are pretty good in Kalahari. The only thing that I would change about this is instead of K98, I would pick up Total Gaming for this map because they are better in Kalahari. Keep in mind that I put these predictions down thinking that I would be, casting Alpine or something like that. So these are wrong, and that's completely on me. That's my fault. But it still kind of works. I mean, these are pretty good picks for Kalahari as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one more thing is that...
risky pick.
I have a risky pick.
Yeah.
The only reason being that, these have been the wounded lions. If you see throughout the tournament, they only perform at the very end of the day. And now starts the very end of the day. So I do believe the final 3 maps, you can expect teams like Vasista, OnePlus, God's Reign, and NG Pros, these teams to start kicking things off. The only thing which I'm doing right now is giving SA2L a chance, trying to send some positive vibes so that they can also do well, come into the top 3 and start to make things interesting in the overall standing, because they don't seem to be having such a good time.
Well, they will definitely need all the luck that they can if they want to get inside the top 2, ladies and gentlemen. We are approaching the 4th game of the day. Halfway point is already done, and these teams really need to buckle themselves in, put on their running shoes and hit the ground sprinting if they want to make it to the top 2. We're going to be taking off over the sandy dunes of Kalahari, and this is going to be an absolute banger of a game. Game number 4, ladies and gentlemen, will begin now, and the plane path is heavily skewed towards the east. What on earth is that plane path?
I have no clue, and I believe that this is the kind of flight path I would love to see to make things so much more interesting for these teams. Yes, now I understand why the sub and the mammoth is going to be kind of not contested, or rather orphanaged, to be frank. I mean, I'm not finding the right word. So no matter what, it's going to be Godlike at the very center of the refinery. Team Tycoons a bit away from them, but they're going to be caught between 2 teams. Win the patty in the sandwich, and Nobeta out of nowhere is immediately going to be, taking the eastern side or the western side of this refinery, and also starting things off to get some eliminations.
Godlike once again want to establish dominance over here. They're focusing on Amin so hard. Flash comes up from behind. 180 shot almost connected, but Nobita will go down nonetheless. And Yogi is in trouble. Nice shot onto Amin. You've got wonderful backup from Nancy as well. He's laying down so much damage, but Nancy discovers that Hitman is just on the edge of the zipline, and he might just go up close to execute him in the face. They're both using the third-person perspective, hoping to get the advantage. Nancy tries to fake pop a med in Hitman's face, but Hitman doesn't bite that bait, but he will bite Yogi's bullet. So many Godlike players on low health. Nancy will bleed out. Marco's pretty much the only healthy player over here, so this is mutually assured destruction for both these teams. But Amin, he's using the heal zone, coming up close. Can he actually escape? Because he might just have bitten off a bit more than he can chew. There's 2 players chasing him down, and he definitely doesn't have any backup over here, so he can't trade. Marco finally goes around the other side of the container and gets him as well. So Godlike have 4 eliminations, and they should be in a pretty good position to revive Yogi as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Until and unless it's going to bleed out faster. But it seems like, they've got a hang of it. But for now, it's going to be SA2L on the other side starting things off. They've got 1 elimination for themselves. Whereas the rest of them have taken that, liberty to go around and wide in the map. Right now, towards the Mammoth region, we have the side of NMR. Whereas towards the western side of them, or towards the Maze region, we're able to see that Team Tycoons are there. But sadly, it seems like Godlike are just hunting them down. They're chasing them to the very end of this map.
Team Tycoons.
Oh no.
They did manage to get all their players back up. They did not realize Yogi was so far behind them. What an angle from Yogi. Flash had no idea someone was behind him. And now Godlike have the control of this one warehouse which has the vending machines as well, so they can revive their fallen teammates as well. Nancy will be brought back online, and that's a super revive too because he's spawning with a P90. Even Team Tycoons are calling their fallen players back up. So both these teams are just basically farming eliminations.
Yeah, absolutely. And why not? When you know that you're putting points on the table and you know that, either of these teams have been heavily contested, they continue to do so. Whereas Total Gaming on the other side, for the first time, away from Santa Catrina, somewhere close towards that, command post, are now kind of busy, because they've got NG Pros too close to them. Whereas on the other side, Jaunty Gaming getting close to SA2L might be bad news for the side of SA2L, but how will they turn things around? As it's going to be Kunal in the close range, missing a lot of shots, will be taken down, and immediately the confirmation is going to follow up. Hush is going to be traded out, and from a distance, Divine has got a perfect off angle. Can he put on Jarvis and give an advantage for the side of Jaunty SA2L?
Jaunty Gaming definitely have quite a lot of spread. They can cover more angles, but that reduces the trade potential. But that doesn't matter if Jarvis can win his 1v1. He gets the knock, gets the finish as well. Good job for Jaunty Gaming. They're winning their individual duels against SA2L, but now X Divine up close. He finds Vincent. Can X Divine properly use his vending machine? Yes, he can. Gets the revive onto Arsh and Shanku, but it's a regular revive, not with the P90. X Divine gets sniped out of midair, tries to reposition, but now Arsh is landing. They need to find weapons because Jaunty Gaming is not gonna let go of them that easily.
Why not? Because they know Jaunty Gaming, they've got enough points on the table to go and get and take some risks. And only with some risk comes the best rewards. For now, it's got to be Kaushik doing everything right, using the time turner at the right time, making sure he's inside that and take those shots. 1+ God's Reign. They've got 4 eliminations so far. And Godlike on the other side, they're having a ball of a time. For me, I'm kind of concerned for one team now. Revenant X Park, they've done decently well in the previous game, but this time around, they're on the receiving end of things with 2 players already out of the game. The more they step in to revive their teammates, the more they're going to be attracting more attention of either Total Gaming or probably Team Tycoons. Because look at that, they're going to be patting the sandwich anytime soon.
And it's not the kind of patty that will really appetize you. Getting sandwiched like that is definitely not the vibe. Not this early in the game for sure. Let's take a look at the map though, because there's quite a lot of spread out. SHUL have been on a bit of a world tour. Started fighting Jaunty Gaming in Oldhampton, and now they've come down to its foundation. Same with Team Tycoons. They started fighting Godlike in Refinery. They went down towards the eastern side, and now they are down towards the sub. Hitman just came here looking for a good old vending machine, but he will run into the entire squad of Revenant X-Pac, so he will have to put on his running shoes and hope that they carry his nimble little feet to safety as fast as they can. Oops, they found him. No escape now. He has to fight his way out. And Hitman just on the run. Even if he runs away, Sahil has an angle on him. So there's really no escaping. The best that he can do is sneak away into the, the inside area of the sub and just hit the vending machine before Revenant X-Pac find him. Uh-oh.
No, I don't think so. That's going to be... Oh, man. Finally putting him out of his misery. Godlike on the other side, even they've got another team close by. Kunal gets in closer to Nobita, and immediately Nobita proves why he's one of the best when it comes to business, and the trade game going in their favor. Jaunty on the other side, they've got 5 eliminations so far, and they've been doing good. Jarvis, Vincent, Ginotra, all doing well, but Kunal on the other side, for now he's been supporting his team too well.
Nightmare Esports on the other hand. We did expect the Mammoth area to be relatively unoccupied, but I2 Reckoning and Nightmare Esports have found their footing here. Hit 26. He was the damage leader in the previous game, but now he has another intention, and that is the complete ravishing of Reckoning. And he's doing it quite well. Roadchuck and Arjun laying cover fire from afar are doing a lovely job of pummeling down the IQ Reckoning members. Ninja does fly away. You would expect Ninja to be sneaky given his name, but he is quite in the open. No escape. Radhe Thakur puts him in the dust.
Radhe Thakur we got to speak about this man. There was a time where people were scared if they found him anywhere close towards themselves. A grenadier to watch out for, and immediately with a new team, or rather in this tournament, it seems like he's not that much of of a menace as he used to be before. Nothing taken away from his true prowess, but for now, we're going to be looking forward for him to perform well in days to come. As NG Pros and Total Gaming, both these teams have found peace. And this peace, or this truce, is just until one of them gets knocked out.
Or until the other one discovers the presence. I mean, they've all got binoculars. I'm sure they must have used at least a couple of times already. NG Pros, they've taken both the ends of confinement. If you look at it, they're going for a 2-2 split. Sorry, a 3-1 split rather.
Yeah.
3 of them on top of this tower. They've also got a monster truck up here to get some cover. And
clever
they're really
one.
not trying to keep their position a secret. I mean, you wouldn't really see a monster truck on top of the tower unless you really wanted to hold it down and get some cover over there.
I mean,
So they just want
I
to make sure that they
understand
don't
the
get shot
strategy,
from,
to be frank.
refinement.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
You were saying.
They're just calling down the monster truck so that they don't get shot from the heights of refinery. I mean, that's the only other vantage point that can take them down.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, one more thing is that in case they do get taken down, they need some hard cover in that open, tower for revival. So I do believe that's one of the reasons why they've got the truck out there. Rather than hiding from a fight, rather take that fight, get rewards. If you're not getting rewarded, then probably, try to reset yourself in a proper way. There it is. Arjuno. At one point of time where I thought that he might not be landing even one bullet, puts one player down, immediately gets the confirmation as well. And Rotak on the other side is just going to add on to his miseries. For now, it's going to be NMR with 7 eliminations, and this team is looking better than the others.
Nightmare Esports are having a surprisingly good game. And it's not just Kalahari, they did decently in Purgatory as well. Oh, shot from the high ground. They know that Jaunty Gaming have eyes on them, and now Nightmare Esports will have to use the launcher to get inside. Oh, and they land in decent cover. Good job. Jaunty Gaming can't really lay a finger on them now. And Jaunty too will have to abandon this spot, get towards a more central area of refinery. But the zip line is being guarded by Vasista Esports, and on the other hand, you've got SATUL Arsh, who probably might not be a big threat to Jaunty Gaming just yet, since he's alone and he's got bigger priorities. But the actual refinery area is starting to get very populated now. As you see, K98 have occupied the southern area of that entire cliffside. You've also got 1+ God's Reign between the valley, on either side of it too, and Godlike have always been here. So, I mean, yeah, 3 teams in refinery and counting.
Refinery. Can it live up to its name? Can it refine the best of the teams out here? But I somewhere feel the circle is just going to move towards the command post region. Whereas on the other side, Marco showing why he's one of the best sniper. Immediately, they head in towards the high grounds of this refinery to have information. And all of a sudden, I'm able to see the glimpse of how Total Gaming used to play this map. Because they always love to get the high grounds of refinery, especially this tower, which Godlike is now trying to, climb up. And they make themselves comfortably at home. And from there, they pick up frags. I don't understand why Total Gaming this time around is choosing a different outcome altogether.
Oh, look at this. SHUL finally managed to get their players back up online, but Marvel goes down the moment his feet touch the ground.
Ooh.
That's a very, very early elimination. He didn't even properly land before he was shot down. Arsh gets into the valley. From this spot, nobody would shoot him when he lands, but they will definitely shoot him when he drives into the circle. And they find him from under the vehicle. SHUL just cannot catch a break. Arsh has been taken down by Predator. Meanwhile, even Nightmare Esports are laying down Revenant X-Pac to waste. Revenant X-Pac won the Booyah in Bermuda just now, but in Kalahari, they're one of the first few teams to be destroyed.
And I wonder why. Because Nightmare, it seems like this is the team to watch out for in this lobby. Look at the total points. Jaunty Gaming at the very top. All thanks to their consistency. I've got 59 points. Closely, going, following them up. rather, would be Total Gaming with 56, Car 98 with 47, as One Place God's Reign is just 1 point above them. Car 98 sadly have already lost 2 players. They'll have to choose consistency or rather get a booyah in this game or the next one to come into the top 3 and then contest to be in the top 2. But Total Gaming, since they've been prioritizing the late rotations, it seems to be working out for them to an extent.
For now, the late rotations are working out for even OnePlus God's Reign. But Total Gaming and NG Pros, yeah, their late rotations will be a little dicey because while 2 members of NG Pros have already, started to move into the zone, those 2 members will be in trouble. Struggle will be shot down, and the other 2 members of NG Pros are still behind Total Gaming. Meanwhile, Nightmare Esports are shooting down Total Gaming, so that is a completely unprecedented situation. Mafia, he will stay behind and cover the retreat of Aztec and Shanky. But Mafia himself has been discovered, so that will be problematic. Shanky climbs up, nice glue all deployed. Safe for now, and Mafia gets the knock onto Cropsy. Total Gaming will actually end up eliminating NG Pros, but then 2 of the members of Total Gaming will also be destroyed by Vasista Esports. So now, I believe all the top teams have exited this game. It's just down to Godlike. They are the only possible team who are still left in the running. And of course, Car 98 too, but they are down to 2 members. Nobita is just trying his level best to survive, but out of the frying pan into the fire. He thought he was safe from Nightmare Esports, but the nightmare isn't over. It's OnePlus God's Reign who are here to mark his end.
OnePlus God's Reign have a long journey up ahead into the circle, and sadly, they've also got Jaunty Gaming keeping an eye on them. A close watch, to be frank, to the very center of the circle. For now, we see that SATUL have called themselves home. Yes, not far away from them with a bit of a high ground, taking advantage of the situation is going to be Vasista, who need to watch out for their backlines because Nightmares have been a menace in this lobby. Probably they are the only team who can stop the teams from making it to the center of the circle. Radhe Taco start things off. Vincent gets confirmed. Jarvis on the other side tries to get closer with just 2 shots, puts an end to the side of Car 98, making things so much more easier for them to now climb the ladder.
Climbing the ladder, traversing the bridge. Both these options are quite difficult. X-Divine, look at that. He's laying waste to OnePlus God's Reign, and they're getting actually stolen away by Nightmare Esports. They're stealing away Total Gaming's frags. While Nightmare Esports from below are laying waste to OnePlus God's Reign, Vasista Esports have taken this bridge by themselves, and they want to rush in person against Ginotra. He throws a nade right under his feet and then exits the Chrono Shield to get his teammates some cover. Great job by Ginotra. The captain of Jaunty Gaming has almost pulled off this 1v3. All he needs to do is get Tiger, but Tiger will go down to the freeze bomb. Ginotra is on the verge of squad wiping Vasista Esports by himself, but Patlu are both back up. They will be able to revive all of them. Vasista Esports, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, will get all 4 players back up online. And now all Ginotra can do is just hide under the bridge and bide his time.
Ginotra being that sneaky snake, can he do something over here? All he has to do is buy some time because Nightmares, they're coming in to pull off a big game, but Vasista on the other side think otherwise. They jump away from this position, leaving Ginotra all alone under this bridge. But Patlu, it seems like he's going to keep an eye. Ginotra, no matter how many glue walls he's going to put up, all he's going to do is lay waste, as it's going to be Vasista Esports putting an end to them. Vasista with 8 eliminations and a prime position in the circle are just minutes away from getting themselves a booyah.
Yep, these guys have the prime position, the high ground advantage. It's over, Anakin. It's basically over. There's no lava over here, otherwise that would have been a fitting end. But Nightmare Esports make a mad dash towards the containers. They use the grappling hooks and get up there. Rochak, Arjun, Radhe Thakur, all of them relatively healthy inside that Chrono Shield. The Skylar Riptide Rhythm won't do too much, but the grenades definitely canned. A little splash of inspiration and some shrapnel will definitely make their lives a little miserable. The glue wall melters also have been deployed, but Nightmare Esports have some hard cover over here. Vasista will really need a bunch of grenades to eradicate them, and I don't think they've got many throwables left anymore.
Tiger, 6 eliminations and he's on the prowl. He has complete information about Nightmare. Radhe Thakur, if he just moves an inch and he can expect some shots to be taken against him. Both of them using the Tatsuya dash, or probably an Oscar and a Tatsuya is now trying to make it through. Rade puts up a grenade to make sure that nobody gets in their way to make it to the center of the circle. SATUL on the other side, trying to get in closer. He's been damaged heavily with Tiger, but still Vasista is going to hold their ground. Patlu on the other side couldn't do what he was actually meant to, and Vasista suddenly on the back foot. With SATUL slowly getting in closer, Vasista will have to hope that the next circle is going to close upon them.
Yep, Vasista Esports had the high ground advantage for the longest time, but now that Nightmare Esports are below them, Nightmare are basically untouchable. The only people who will be in the eyes of Vasista Esports, the only people who they will have angles on will be SHUL. And even then, they will have to peer vertically downwards. Finds the angle. X-Divine, his divinity will no longer protect him, but the Chrono Shield might. It's only a matter of time before they are forced out into the open once again, and then both Vasista and Nightmare will basically be able to take pot shots on them.
Ooh.
They use a double glue wall to climb up, but it won't really keep them safe. Has angles once again. X-Divine takes so much damage. Even Swaroop manages to get the better of him. And Patlu with the grenade launcher will finally get them down. But how are they reviving it so quickly? This is Thiva's ability being used to its best. Vasista Esports commit to the fight. They drop downstairs. They get the knock onto Patlu. And Patlu will instead actually eliminate himself with the grenade. It still doesn't matter all that much though. Vasista Esports will soldier on. And they will finally manage to get the booyah. Against all odds, against all expectations, they defy everybody and get this booyah for themselves.
For some reason, Cribs, I've got a big smile on my face. Because previously all my predictions went down the ground literally, but this time around at least I'd got two of those teams in the top three. Vasista and SATUL, they live up to the expectations, whereas Total Gaming, what do you have to say about them? Leaving their primary, spot in the map of Kalahari, the success they've found so far in the map of Kalahari, because they have a very strong footing in the map in the region of Refinery. They tried to stay away from it this time around and they failed. What do you have to say about that?
I mean, Total Gaming always have been favoring Santa Catrina, and they've moved towards the tail end of the game, towards Refinery. They've always moved there towards the end, if at all the circle goes there. But Total Gaming, I'm not even surprised by the fact that they went down early today. They just did not have the good position over there, and when you're up against NG Pros towards the bottom, and you've got Vasista, Nightmare, both of them shooting down at you, you're kind of doomed in that situation, and even Total Gaming knew that. That's why they basically left Mafia behind in confinement. Because Mafia was supposed to be the bodyguard, quote unquote. He was supposed to lay down fire upon NG Pros and, help the rest of his teammates rotate into the zone. Not enough. The bigger problem over here is SATUL, because they managed to get the revives on their players at the very last second. But the moment they made landfall, the moment their feet touched the ground, they were dead again. So that's just unlucky. You did so much for so little. That's heartbreaking.
I mean, they were impressive both the ways, getting up and also going down. So I'm wanting to see those final moments to understand what actually happened, because Vasista were looking impossible for the teams to understand what they were doing. But this was the moment where Nightmares were looking so good, and suddenly one good grenade being tossed in, and Patlu from the beginning was holding that grenade launcher as close as possible, and only in the final moments did he use it, and did he use it to perfection. Yes, he did, with Radhe Taku, the last man standing, moving around here and there. The first eliminate Radhe Taku, due to which SATUL will be able to rake up a bit more points than that of Nightmare when it comes to position. But for now, Vasista 25 points, following up Nightmare with 22. Let me remind you guys, Nightmare and Vasista played similarly at the last few games in week 2 and made it into the top 12.
Meanwhile, the teams that we were supposed to keep an eye on, teams like Total Gaming, Car98, NG Pros, they did not really have that good of a game. Total Gaming with measly 3 eliminations. I really thought that they would do a lot more before they got eliminated. Even NG Pros, for that matter, did not take as many fights as one would have expected them to, considering they had such a lovely high ground on the confinement towers. Godlike, on the other hand, still managed to get 10 eliminations before they went down. So that's a pretty impressive feat, because Godlike landed in Refinery, chased the teams like Team Tycoons towards the ends of the earth, and they were just basically moving around a lot to get those eliminations and stay consistent even in dire situations. For now, Jaunty Gaming and Total Gaming seem to be the two most likely teams to advance. And with only 2 more games remaining, with only Solara and Alpine in the mix, we are very, very close to promoting these two teams to the grand finals, where they will be seen in Lucknow towards the end of September at the LAN event. And obviously, Total Gaming is in a bit of danger as well. They're 6 points ahead of OnePlus God's Reign and just 7 points ahead of Nightmare Esports. So they can't rest easy yet.
Oh, very much. Car 98. These are the teams you need to watch out for. No, from here on, it seems like any team from the top 6 can make it into the top 2. Look at the point difference. Car 98, they're just 17 shy of being on the top of the table, or rather 10 shy of being at the top 2. And most of these teams would now prioritize to be in the top 2 rather than concentrating on the top of the table. Yes, it's going to be, a cherry on top of a cake if they get to the number 1 position. But for now, SA2L, Revenant X-Park, Vasista, NG Pros, they've got nothing to lose. All they're going to do is go bonkers in the upcoming lobby, and that could be a great advantage for the teams who can strategize well. But for now, Skylar, being used by Tiger himself, has got 8 eliminations with a total of 2,859 damage. And this time around, there is no Maro, or rather, there's Suzy.
Yeah, Maro, Moko and Suzy. No Rafael?
Rafael,
interesting
yes.
enough, Vasista Esports don't really want to keep their position a secret, considering that he wasn't really fighting by himself, so the Rafael wouldn't really make sense. You can kind of point out where you are, and in this kind of a lobby, stealth isn't exactly an option all the time because teams are pretty good at figuring out where you are. But they did have Coda for a bunch of extra information. I do believe that this would have helped them out a lot, especially towards the end of the game when Nightmare Esports was, directly underneath them and you can't exactly tell where they are. So they use the Coda ability to find out exactly where they will be, which is why they knew that, yeah, it's safe to drop down now because they knew exactly where to pre-aim and pre-fire. Even Steffi, used by Patlu, pretty good. Yeah, I mean, that being said, Vasista Esports always were on the high ground, so they were never subject to a lot of nades. The Steffi was relatively, not that useful over here. But if you take a look at the damage, there's clearly a lot of disparity between players like Tiger and Swaroop. Swaroop did not really get to do much because he's a rusher. There weren't a lot of close range battles for Vasista. Most of the time it was Tiger who was laying down the heat from afar, and even Patlu for that matter, doing quite a lot of damage with the nades, especially making it miserable for Nightmare Esports to start rotating in.
Absolutely. Now, when we look at the game summary, we have got 156 blue walls being destroyed. I was expecting the number to go higher in the map of Kalahari due to those open grounds near the refinery region. Nevertheless, they've got a total damage of 47,000 and a 90 knocks for comparison of 71 eliminations. I do believe it was a decent game of Free Fire Max. But for now, Cribs, I did observe one thing. One of the players from the side of Assista was using Olivia. And using a passive character at this point of time, to revive and give an extra credit for your teammates. Do you really think that Olivia could be giving you any kind of an advantage in a situation like that?
I would still prefer Thiva. I mean, unless you're using Thiva and Olivia both, then that's a completely different story. But I would still pick up Thiva in the in my passives. Obviously, every team has a different playstyle, so whether or not it's actually useful will be seen in the long run. Because Vasista Esports might just have bought themselves a booyah in this game, but there's still 2 more games remaining, ladies and gentlemen. So you better stay tuned, you better refill your popcorn, because you are guaranteed a lot of high-octane Free Fire Max action. Don't go anywhere, we will be back with the last 2 games of the day after a short break.
Well, league stage week 3, day 1. The way things are forming right now, Tanya, welcome aboard. And yes, it is different teams winning the Booyah, different teams getting the name onto those specific maps where we usually see certain teams dominate. What are you thinking about what's happening?
Well, talking about what has already happened yesterday, the golden tickets from CES have already been issued to two teams, Team Total Gaming and Jaunty Gaming. Now, again, if we have a look at the leaderboard closely, these are the top 2 teams. And now, in the mix on the middle of the day, we do see 2 new teams emerging in very close, inch by inch. They have closed in enough. So I do believe we might get a different result by the end of the day. But talking about the current situation, these are the teams to watch out for on the map of Solara. Let's see who can perform the best. Well, wherever we talk about the best, we do have Team Total Gaming and NG Pros, followed with which we have IQ Reckoning and NG Pros with 2 Booyahs on their name. And I have a say over here, Azura. Look at the damage. I mean, there's no competition over here, right? If we talk about Team Total Gaming in terms of damage.
Damage for sure on point. Not only that, I mean, NG Pros, they have degraded a lot of performance. Week 1, week 2, they were absolutely spot on getting the tippy top position, and now they are struggling to find their way through towards the first and the second spot. So NG Pros, there's a lot of heavy lifting that needs to be done from their end, and Solara can be that one of the map where they can go ahead, get those eliminations alongside some positional advantage as well, and from there on start leading that they usually used to do. Total Gaming on the other end, they have been doing some really nice plays, like of course getting those eliminations, and that positioning point has been sublime. So overall, no complaints against them. Jaunty Gaming on the other end, we can see them also heading towards the tippy top, and from there on, I don't know what will happen. Solara can be that one map which can change the entire destination of these teams.
Well, talking about the destination of the teams, I do believe once again we can have a look on early clash between Godlike and Team Total Gaming. The first fight of the day on the very first map, it was very treacherous for Team Godlike. So I do believe once again we might get to see an early fight. But let's see who is going to get eliminated. Look at Delta Isle. We do see IQ Reckoning alongside Non-Stop Gaming Pros. Now that is also going to be very, very interesting. Aquarium towards the Soul, and the Soul SHUL looks very safe at this point of time. Jaunty Gaming not involving with anyone, nor does OnePlus God's Reign. And talking about OnePlus God's Reign, they have channelized themselves to pave their way all through up. One silly mistake coming in from the side of teams like Jaunty Gaming or Total Gaming. It is one good match coming in from the side of OnePlus God's Reign, and they might take away one golden ticket on their name. So it's one good game for OnePlus God's Reign and one bad game from either of them. It's so easy.
True that. It's as simple as things can get. And looking at the way we have also gone ahead and locked in all of those teams for our top 3. So let's just go ahead, talk about our predictions as well. Gar98, of course, Team Tycoons, they have been performing specifically in this map. You talk about Jaunty Gaming, they are currently holding the #1 spot. But I would love to hear from your end, Tanya.
Well, these are the names that I predicted way before the matches started, and these are the 3 teams who are in top 3. So I do believe my predictions are working on point, and there's going to be a tough competition coming in from the side of Jaunty Gaming, because they are also going all the way through to do whatever it needs, and they are not hesitant to pick up fight, and they are aware about when to back off. And there's one more a key important factor about this team is they know exactly when to involve as a third party where they are not harmed, but they're adding up some elimination points there from there, and then escaping out to the route where they are going to get more points. So it's more or less, it's a point earning strategy, and that is what all 12 teams are fighting for. Because now today the points were reset. Nobody was 398 scores or above or below. It was all fire of equals, and from that equality these 2 teams have risen to a position where again they are going to give a tough competition. And one team, Nightmare, do you think they are going to bring in what they brought in the previous map?
I hope that Nightmare is going to give in their 100%. Previously itself, since the beginning, Nightmare has been popping off. They're getting those eliminations. But again, they're missing the hunch of somehow getting the position advantage. So that's where they need to start working things upon. Moreover, here's the thing, right? This is the duality between this map as well. You get the opportunity to engage into a fight, and at the same time, you can hit the retreat button as well. All thanks to that slippery slope where Solara is one of the best places for people to get amused.
Well, it is going to be a lot of fun, lot of entertainment, super duper action because, ladies and gentlemen, this is TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025 map being Solara. This is the second last map for the day. And look at the western side, the hub. Team Total Gaming versus Team IQ Reckoning already up against each other's. Yesterday's CS rivalry has not yet come to end. The last laugh is yet to be taken. Which team is going to laugh the last? It's going to come into action a little later, but look at Riders Club. It's going to be Vashishta Esports up against Team Tycoon.
Team Tycoon, so far they have been doing something really good, but now is the time where Vashishta is trying to put them to an halt. A couple of players already taken down. Hitman right about in that corner. And one by one, all of those eliminations have been confirmed as well. The knocks are coming through. Last man standing and Team Tycoons. They have departed. Riders Club has sent them packing. Not in the map of Solara is where Team Tycoons can perform. Vashishta Esports, they have made sure that things are going to fall into their corner, getting 4 elimination points, and they have revived Yuno as well. So back with the 4-man squad.
Coming towards the hub once again, Team Total Gaming have moved out of sight, out of fight. They lost one player, revived for sure, but they're not looking forward for picking up further more fights than now. Revenant X Park is inching towards Riders Club, where Vashishta Esports just won the duel. Are they ready for the next battle, which is approaching? Wolving and Lewis, having Lewis back in action is also a treat to the eyes, and that is what bringing in a lot of changes for this team entirely. Lewis, Wolving, Sahil obviously one of the man to watch out for from the team, and Vashishta Esports. They do not know the threat yet, to my knowledge, but now they know. Lewis has given some pot shots. They are aware if they want to fight or no, it's entirely their choice. Casey's electrotherapy is going to also give in a little bit of work, but they're not damaged. They're totally well. They're not fine. They needed it.
Hello, Patlu. He thought that he's going to be wise out here, but KD Gar, look at the way he's getting the flank angle. Tiger right in front, and Tiger is also being taken care of. Tiger, what are you up to? He's in flames, he's in shambles, and in the midst of all of that, he's choosing to go no weapons in his hand. That's a big blunder and a half, and RNTX, look at them going ahead and getting 3 elimination points on their name. Revenant X-Park, a good initiation. And no, Vashishta Esports, they were not prepared for this trump card.
OnePlus God's Reign up against Team SATUL. They are aware about their positioning because UAV was deployed a little while ago. Arsh trying to get even better picture. And look at Kaushik and Predator.
Oh!
They are moving back near to the chamber. On the course, Vashishta will also be eliminated. So the team to take down Team Tycoons is also taken down. Sure, it sounds like a tongue twister, but it isn't. It was a destiny for 2 teams, which is not good on the map of Solara. Sure, they do have one more map to play and perform, and to also maybe attain the golden ticket. Now, once again, if you have a look at the total number of elimination points, Revenant X Park and Reckoning Esports are doing pretty good, but the rivalry that I was talking about, Godlike and Total Gaming, is up against us. Mafia down on the knees. Will he be revived? Is the question. Delete waiting, and Delete will wait on the with the cover of a blue wall.
That's right. This is the glare of the sun. Better don't look at it, else you're gonna turn blind. Godlike, they have the height advantage, and that's where Total Gaming is not looking at them. But there is another team, Car 98 Army. They're right around the corner, and I believe Godlike, they're in big danger. If they don't go ahead and address this one situation, then they're going to be taken down like birds in the sky. Marco already taken care of. Binoculars being utilized to get the information, but the information is not just one thing that you need to go ahead and capitalize upon. As Total Gaming, they themselves have been waiting for this golden opportunity now, skedaddling their way through Car 98 Army. All eyes on the prize. Total Gaming right against them. What can they do now?
Launchpads is not worth using right now. Skylar's Riptide Rhythm will also be used, and Sid taking a little bit of damage, moving out of sight. Mafia will be taken down as a flying duck. So does Aztec. That's a huge loss. Can Total Gaming afford it? Mafia will be eliminated. Point secured strong. So does Aztec. The point should be secured. Delete all by himself. Left by himself. All he has to do is go in, revive his teammates.
He's back.
One player surely nearby, and Non-Stop Gamers, 2 players are also revived very well. 1+ God's Reign picking up some fights, winning some elimination points. But talking about elimination points, there's only one name, Revenant X Spark, doing pretty good. Total Gaming up against God's Like. Once again, this duel is going to take place. Let's see if Car 98 Army is again going to be the uninvited guest towards this battle.
Oh, well, let's see that real soon. Godlike so far, they have the mankind advantage. Look at Nobita slowly sneaking around the corner, knows that Shanky's right around it, and he takes him down as well. A couple of players, now they take the jump pad, they're running away. Oh, sorry, the slippery slope, and now they're running away. Total Gaming, they want to survive, they somehow want to get that golden ticket, and this is the right call from their end. There's no one whatsoever right around this corner to go ahead and give their life. Nope, they cannot afford it. That's the reason they're taking every single one of these players and backing off. Non-Stop Bros on the other end, 1 elimination point secured. This is a really good sight for them. It was a fight against SATUL, but I don't know where the other members are.
They just got revived, and they are on the southeastern side. Look at Manu. He's tanking up all the zone damage, and he is over there. If at all something goes south, he will revive his teammate. Circle is also going to take a shift. Is it going to be south based, or is it going to prefer some other position which is going to help out a lot of teams? And the Circle, where is it moving? It's going to centralized. It's pretty nice in the favor of teams like God, like Car 98, Jaunty Gaming, Total Gaming, Team SATUL, also closing in near to the TV tower, where Total Gaming is going to wait for them, but not with flowers, not with scents. They're going to wait with showers of lead. And this fight might take away the golden ticket if at all Team Total Gaming loses this duel. This fight is something to watch out for Team Total Gaming.
SATUL for now aggressing. They're getting the height advantage, which is vital, specifically when you talk about those rotations being called in, and from there on setting a fielding, to take down Total Gaming. SATUL so far very wise, 6 eliminations strong. They're not the highest in the room. It's being shared by RNTX as well, Revenant X Spark. So that's one of the places where SATUL would love to go ahead and get the lead. Total Gaming is right in front of them. I don't think so. This is the kind of battle that they would love to go ahead and take. Those launch pads are definitely doing a lot of aid, and there goes the entire team of Godlike. It's a waterfall moment. And with that said, the fight is going to be against 1+ God's Reign.
Here we go. Godlike with a grenade launcher. Did not deliver much of damage over there, but look at 1+ God's Reign. Shake tanking up grenade damage, and Chrono will save them for a while. Once again, they're all holding themselves with the cover of Chrono Shield to avoid any sort of damage. But for how long? The window is open. The grenades are going to be tossed in, and here comes the dash with the shotgun. Blue Wall is going to save him. And here we go. Nancy trying to get one knock instead of the... Ooh! That was bold move, and a pretty unexpected one coming in from the side of Godlike. They're going to shut down 1+ God's Reign.
1+ God's Reign, and on the other end there's another battle. Nightmare right in front. SATUL trying to get the attention, and they're getting those knocks as well, one by one. Arjun Rochak Both of them HP way too low. They're slowly getting it back, but Rochak is way too close in the action. And with that said, look at the positioning of Arsh as well. This is the kind of position that they need to get the flank, and Arjun, he's inside the compound, provides the support, the Tommy gun in hand. He is bringing those eliminations as well. Knocks for now for sure are there, but can he eliminate that player? I don't think so. That's not going to be the case. Marvel right now just rushing forward the throat of Arjun, and those knocks are going to pour through. Nightmare Esports completely eliminated. SHUL with 11 eliminations in their pocket.
That's amazing. Not even 10 minutes and more than 19. Total of 10 teams. A lot of teams have been eliminated. Talking about RNTX here. Got one knock. Will there be a confirmation? Sure, there will be. 6 eliminations already. Rushing their way, paving their way towards the opponent. Destroying the glue wall.
Last man, Vincent.
Surviving Vincent. He will survive. And it's a shutdown to Team Jaunty Gaming. This will be one of the most expensive loss coming in from the side of Team Jaunty Gaming. They couldn't afford this one. This was the second last match. Many more closing in, inching in towards the top 2 now.
Oh my goodness. Revenant X-Pac, what a lovely bout that was. 2v4 accomplished, and now talking about those big guns, the hot shot, SHUL against NG Pros. What can Manu do? Manu has been that one significant player who has been Mr. Consistent for this team. And now it's about down time for them to go ahead and get those eliminations. Shanku has been taken care of, but the others, they're still breathing. And as long as they're breathing, they can go ahead and clutch it out for the team. Anupam showcasing all the experience, trying to rush down the throat and instantly dashes back from harm's way. But Marvel was the person who was trying his level best to get a lock, at least 1 or 2, but unfortunately he has been dealt with as well. NG Pros, so far they have put down those players who were being a menace in this society. But Divine, he's running away for his dear life.
He has to run away. He has to bring in more numbers for his team. And talking about struggle, sure destroyed the car, but not the player. For now, they are non-stop. NG Pros are going to play on the edge of the circle, having a little bit of height advantage, and SHUL will be eliminated by Mafia. A good shot connected, 4 points earned. And if you have a look at the overall scorecard, Car 98 is a strong contender for position 2 if they procure the Booyah with ample amount of eliminations, because Jaunty Gaming is down and out. Team Total Gaming is still alive and kicking and earning up some good elimination points. And closing in is going to be IQ Reckoning towards Team Godlike. Is it the fight worth to take? Because I do doubt, with the firepower that Godlike is showing on the map of Solara, IQ Reckoning is risking themselves.
Not only that, look at the flank angle being created from the likes of NG Pros as well. The height advantage is always going to reign supreme as Manu. Those shots are going to connect. It's really good, but the immediate revival is evident. It's going to give the entire team the room, the space to breathe. And Godlike, they're not rushing. They know that NG Pros are right around the corner. Let them take the fight, and that's when we are going to engage into the battle.
Riptide Rhythm used on time. NG Pros trying to pave their way with a good angle created with the cover of the ridge against Reckoning Esports. Now Reckoning Esports are on the losing end. On one side they have teams like Godlike, on the other side they have NG Pros up against each other. Vota going prone, healing himself up, and they are on the edge of the circle. Circle will start closing in anytime sooner. And look at the positioning of Team Godlike. They also would want to have the party. They also would want some points and some celebration. Here comes the rush. Here comes an angle. Glue wall will be deployed. Lost one player on the knees. Yogi down. IQ Reckoning shut him down. 2 more players. Nobita down as well. It's all up to Nancy. He can survive no more. Godlike Esports getting decimated, and non-stop gamers pushing in to punish the team again. There are so many losses in the mix. Landmines, tossed grenades, everything used from the side of IQ Reckoning. 10 elimination points. 1 player still surviving from NG Pros.
1 player survives. It doesn't matter. The numbers have already been given away. IQ Reckoning. That was a lovely bout, and now comes the time where Total Gaming, they're contesting for the circle against Revenant X-Pac. They're the ones to call in the shots. They're the ones to call in the flank. And I don't think so. This is a wise call coming in. But Car98 on the other end, they can also go ahead and gatekeep Total Gaming. And this is that fight that we all were waiting for. Revenant X-Spark versus Total Gaming. One player already down on his knees. Shanky has been taken care of. Aztec on the other end being shot from the likes of the opponent. That is going to be Car98. And all of a sudden, Total Gaming have been eliminated. This was not that kind of a round where Total Gaming thought that they can go ahead and survive. They should have taken the fight much sooner. Now they're going to pay for their sins. Revenant X-Spark on the other end, they have already made their way inside the circle. Wolven healing up so that they can take the battle against Car98 army.
If you have a look at the Car98 army, the strong contenders for top 2 position are up against Revenant X-Spark. A lot of damage dealt, but look at Manu, the last man, was also blessing in disguise for this battle that they won against Total Gaming, and he got some elimination points, knocked as well. Top three teams over here. Revenant X-Spark having only two players alive, and Reckoning Esports and Car98 are going to fight up with 4-stack roster. Stronger for sure, Revenant getting eliminated, and this is 4v4 duel.
Oh my goodness. A 4v4. The Car98, they have good amount of glue walls. But on the other end, it is Aiku Reckoning who are going to rely upon that one single rock to provide the support. Glue walls right in front. Ninja, he's the only one who's separated from the herd. So let's just go ahead and see how well he can perform. Sohan, good shots taken onto bot god. And to isolate that player is very vital. Harsh, he's been taken care of as well, but they're getting the instant revival. They need to somehow find the flank angle, and that's where Sohan is hitting when it hurts the most. The Riptide Rhythm coming in time. Those shots are going to be on point. Sid, last man standing, and there goes the entire team in the hands of Aiku Reckoning. What a lovely booyah!
Aiku Reckoning proved it the way they pushed up against 2 teams, and they made sure to also survive as a squad, taking away the booyah for sure and also closing in towards top 2. Let's see, is it enough for them to procure the golden ticket? But right now, the team at loss is going to be the team who just lost the booyah against Team Reckoning Esports, and that's none other than Car98 Army. After the eliminations of 2 teams, obviously Jaunty Gaming in the middle of the game, and then came the next game, which is Team Total Gaming. It was all about Car98 Army winning the booyah and inching 2 points even closer. Sure, 10 points is a good number, but 12 would have been better to close in towards the top 2. They lost the opportunity, and Reckoning made sure of it. Talking about Manu, the last man standing, he was the throne bearer there. He made sure to interfere in every single fight he could.
That's right, and that's a task, right? It's like you can easily go ahead and get those elimination points, but getting at least a second position will be very tough. Provided the way the circle was inching close, Manu did not have the room or the space. The wiggle room, once it's so close, then I believe getting elimination points is much better than just staying inside the circle and wiggling through. So overall, a really good strategy coming in. But here's the thing, right? NG Pros, since the beginning, I believe that they have lost the confidence, they've lost the momentum, and this is what happens when there's a huge break in the entire paradigm. Moreover, the CS results have for sure just shaken the entire confidence tree, and I'm just expecting that this confidence needs to come back. The final game is out there. Yes, there's going to be a final map, but bagging a huge game will be super important. Minimum 40 points, which is a huge ask.
It is, but let's have a look at the final shot, the booyah that was just earned. How difficult was it to pave their way all the way through, picking up 2 to 3 strong fights, and then it was 4v4, where one by one the players were picked, damaged, knocked down, and there was no room of opportunity for them to left for them to revive over there. Still, they made sure to heal up. They survived for as long as possible, and once Bot God fell off, there was nothing much that they could have done, and one after the other, the player lost, and there was only one team remaining, and the celebration altogether, they won this booyah with a total of 17 eliminations, and it was a good high five up against each other. Look at Ronit, Soham, Ninja, and Wota. Obviously a good celebration happening, a lot of applause within themselves.
Oh yeah, they're all happy. They know it's very close, they can feel it, they can sense it, that they can get the golden ticket. Aiku Reckoning, what a lovely booyah being converted. 17 eliminations, 12 placement points, total of 29 points procured from their corner. Revenant X Spark 20 points, 9 shy. SATUR with 15, NG Pros with 13. This is the double digit that we can see from the likes of NG Pros, and it has come so late. NG Pros, you better buckle up. Car 98 Army, they have for sure reached up to the 3rd position, which means they can straight away contest the top 2 position holders. Who is it gonna be? We'll soon see that. But Team Tycoons, Nightmare Esports, Vashishta, John T Gaming, all of them could not have a good game at all. And this person specifically had the best game. It's going to be Sohan from the likes of Aiku Reckoning getting the MVP in the map of Solara.
8 elimination points, 3,300 worth of a damage and 4 assists. Obviously it was Oscar, but then the weapon, which was AC-80, doesn't match the aggression that he put into, but whatever he did worked perfectly fine for the team. Let's have a look at the team stats as well to have a better understanding about which player picked up which character ability. Ronet with a Chrono, Ninja with a Skylar, Tatsuya coming in from the side of Wota. Now Advin on all 3 sides except for 1 Grenadier, 1 Bomber, which is Ronet. Obviously Alvaro, even after being nerfed, I do tend to see that Bombers are still preferring Alvaro altogether with the combination of Beastin.
Why not? I mean, you get the opportunity to go ahead and bombard the entire team who's trying to find a safe house, and those corners can be easily picked. So of course, bringing in Alvaro will be super important, and this is the team start. 3,300 damage coming in from Sohan, the others dishing out the right amount. In total, they got 17 eliminations, which itself screams volumes that yes, Aiku Reckoning this time did not shy away from a single fight. They took it, and they took it in style. They won every single one of them.
Well, look at Sohan's knockdown counts. 10 knockdowns. How punishing did he play? Anybody to fall on his crosshair was definitely knocked down. Sure, revived. He could convert total of 8 eliminations out of which, but somehow 10 eliminations, 10 knockdowns is a big number coming in terms of knocking down. Let's have a look at the game summary as well. 71 eliminations totally taken place, 93 knocks and 52,000 and above damage. 105 meter was the longest elimination distance, and followed with which 231 walls deployed. Final circle was also a very open one where not much of cover was provided, but that one fight interests me a lot, and I'm going to make sure even after the day has ended I'm going to watch it. Remember Reckoning Esports closing in, where Godlike was totally choked in a small wooden compound, and NG Pros dashed in. NG Pros were punished badly there, so did Godlike, and Reckoning made their way even stronger, and by the end of the time they also got a booyah. Now we have only 1 map remaining, for which we are heading for a short break. We'll be back in 2 minutes, so stay tuned. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again towards the final stretch about who takes away the 2 golden tickets. This time with me it is going to be Lucifer. Lucifer, the previous map was just incredibly clean coming in from the side of Reckoning, but they are little too late.
I hands down agree. I think I expected a lot more coming in from IQ Reckoning. Along with them, even Vasista Esports, they did get a booyah as well, but it seems little too late. But in the race, as we were looking at the top teams, I kind of wondered the top 2 teams would have already have a runaway, a big buffer when they would be moving into the last map. However, the story is not in that direction. So still, there is a possibility. But before we go into it, the teams who could break or make this game worse for them, especially of TG and Jaunty Gaming getting a little early eliminated, could be SATL, a team to watch out on the top with 2 booyahs here in Alpine, along with that 85 total points, and then Vasista Esports and Godlike. SATL have had a decent run so far, Tanya, so they could still make a worse situation here for anybody.
Yeah, I wouldn't deny with that, and these are the 3 teams that we should be even watching out on this particular map of Alpine. Snowfall to be contested by Teams Tycoon and Nightmare Esports. Team Tycoons did not have a good day today, and Snowfall with Nightmare, let's see if they are going to get one or give one. Militia is going to be highest contested area with having Total Gaming, Non-Stop Gaming, as well as IQ Reckoning in the mix. So that is the crucial and vital zone if at all they drop at this particular position.
Right, as now, as you rightfully said, teams dropping down here in the preferred drop spot, and if it does happen, it could still end up being a couple of bad games, a couple of drop spots, a couple of early eliminations, and could cause trouble. And let's see if that happens as we jump to our predictions of what could happen here in Alpine. For me, I feel like R98 Army should have an opportunity to close it off. We've seen them doing it, and I think they're getting a lot more confident. As you can see, I think out of this 5 maps in the previous games that we've seen, I think only 1 map they got eliminated very early. Otherwise, every other map they've been in the top 4. That tells us that Car98 Army would want to do something here.
And they are in top 3, so this is the perfect time for them to win the golden ticket. If at all 2 teams underperform or bare minimally perform, so let's see if that is going to be the situation. It is not a one-way affair, right? It has to be a 2-way ticket to win 1 ticket. They need to make sure they perform good, but with that means they need to make sure that Jaunty Gaming and Total Gaming perform bad. But having said that, Jaunty Gaming is in my top 3 list as well, because this is the team to watch out for in my eyes, because whatever happens, a booyah, a no booyah, they do not go empty-handed. They always have pocket full of eliminations by the end of the day.
Now, our predictions were very similar. It's just the order of it. We had Godlike, we had Jaunty Gaming, we had Car98 Army, who are almost maybe closer. Let's see if that happens. The Alpine is the last game here. Can they secure this day 1, week 3, the 2 tickets that's going to be allocated at the end of this game number 6? Who are those teams? Is it going to be somebody else making a big mark? Because we've been seeing OnePlus God's Reign as well closer, along with Revenant X Spark. This is the final map of week 3, day 1, to figure out the last 2 tickets, the first 2 tickets of our grand finals.
Talking about the flight trajectory, going all the way from east, from the docks towards the west ocean view, the spread out should not be the problem, but the real problem is Team Total Gaming, as always, is not going towards their preferred drop point. They are switching it towards the dock, not willing to have an early fight. Understandable. They do not want to get early elimination. They want to get qualified just like they did in CS mode. Talking about Jaunty Gaming, well, they are also landing it all safe. So top 2 teams not willingly picking up any fights.
I think every team now understands. Now, if you look at Total Gaming, of the way they started off, Tanya, they were fighting with every team. They always had a drop clash. This time they decided, no, that's not something that we would want. But however, SATL, they don't have something to be worried about. They know they can go all out, and they're going against whom? It's going to be Car98. Car98 Army, this is not the clash that they would want to be going against them. And it seems like players one after another are falling apart. 2 eliminations already grabbed from SATL. Car98 Army Arsh, we just spotted him across another compound. Divine looking forward to spotting the last two players who are around these compounds. And if they're able to spot them out, I think it's going to be trouble for the lands of Car 98 Army. And if they get eliminated, their spot of qualification is going to go to the Wrench and the Depths. But right now, Godlike, their spot action happening. They're like, hey, how did you leave us out of the party? And they're here to grab a couple of eliminations in their name. And they're fine with the first on Marvel.
Over here, Marco was down, will be revived. Arsh spotted, taken down immediately and will be confirmed. Nancy, a good spray coming in. 2 elimination points procured and a good headshot connected. Over here, they do have visuals over one more player on the other side. And Harsh is the player. He's not willing to pick up any sort of fight. He is crouching and surviving. Whereas Nancy is not going to allow that. Harsh spotted. Within Uzi, he will be confirmed. 3 elimination points on the grounds of Forest Trade. It's all red. And if you talk about Godlike, finally I do see by the end of the day they've got some good momentum built. Let's see if it is going to last furthermore, because over and over time team Godlike has come into a position where early fights are good, but while on the verge of rotation they choose a strong compound, hold in and get eliminated. But over here Team Tycoons are also trying to eliminate some players from Vasishta Esports.
Team Tycoons have not had a big day today. It has been something that I did not expect out of them. However, Vasishta Esports, they tried to turn the tides with yes, one booyah. But hey, they've also not done a lot here in the top 12 week 3 day 1 performance. This last game, yes, they can fight with the teams who are towards the bottom, but also kind of trouble the teams in the top. We'll get an idea about it towards the end of our final few circles here on Alpine. We have to wait and watch, but for now, it seems like Hitman is getting surrounded by the plethora of Vasishta players coming through and quickly calls in Amin to provide cover fire on the crossover. He spots Yuno and Patlu. Melter being used, Hitsman, exchange for an exchange happens there. Flash gets taken down. Now it's up to Amin to help their teammates out, but Tiger, brilliant play with the AWM, and that's going to be Vasishta Esports grabbing 2 eliminations in their name and reviving their player. Team Tycoons get nothing so far.
And they also made sure that they revived immediately to not lose any tokens and also confirmed some eliminations. Amin will be spotted and eliminated on the grounds of Fusion. Vasishta Esports showing their presence firmly, and on the course, Nancy will make sure that the revival was taken place over here. Vasishta Esports not heading for some revivals on the vending machine, just like of any other team doing right now. It's about upgrading their loot. That is it. Team SHL also going in towards the western land, and they are closing in towards team Godlike. Now that is not the right time to hop in, because Godlike has got a good momentum.
Arsenal Open, NG Pros, they've also not had a good start. A lot of us in Castle's prediction of the top 2 teams who would qualify, NG Pros was one of the top names because they ended on the top of the charts at the end of week 2. Surprisingly, so far at the start of the initial 2 games there was a little hint, but after that we've not seen much from the likes of NG Pros. But we just saw on the map of how Car 98 Army were rotating. They've now understood that they have to play for survival here. If they go for aggression, they might make a mistake, which almost about was to happen with the fight against SATL and Godlike, along with them being in the mix. Again, SATL and Godlike breaking out. It seems like Godlike were on the hunt and they were able to flush out the players of SATL. Nobita, Yogi, Nancy together. Marvel trying to save Arsh, who's knocked down. Quick run. He revives him using that quick revival ability. But Yogi, he's not going to stop. But Yogi was running bare hand, and that's an advantage that Marvel picks up. And that's going to be a confirmation as well. And that's an additional point given away to Nobita and Nancy. What do? Quick one coming in from Nobita on that peak. Putting down a player, an instant glue wall. Gets that elimination confirmation to wound them deeper with a melee. And that is something now SATL will be unhappy about, Tanya.
Nobita taking all the biggest flank possible, and let's see if this flank is going to help him to get some elimination points. Instead, he's just dodging the fight, going towards the ridge for the survival, for the revival of the teams. Right now, the owners of this ground is going to be Vasishta Esports, and in the mix, you're going to have Arsh, who is spotted by Patlu down on the knees. Nobita will also be spotted, used of Chronos Shield will not be of any help. Nobita placing a landmine. Let's see if this landmine is going to bring in any elimination points on his name. Nobita spotted. spotted, taken down. No elimination, sure, but taken down. And the last man from Team Godlike, well, the player who just left this ground will go ahead and revive. Vashishta Esports, Ocean View, 8 elimination points, and a strong game finally coming in from them. Sure, they did give one more strong game, but now by the end of the day, it is not going to bring in any better for them. They are not going to make through towards top 2, but they are making sure that the teams who are already on the race to top 2, they derail them, and they are doing it perfectly fine. And this is competition. You should be prepared for anything and everything.
Right now, preparing for another fight is going to be Revenant X Spark. They spotted the likes of Reckoning, but they're also being hit with Total Gaming. And KD God trying to help his teammates out. Sahil, right as of now, revived quickly. Luis, we spotted him out in the open. He did get eliminated. Revenant X Spark somehow stabilized themselves in that fight against Aiku Reckoning. Aiku Reckoning, unfortunate. I think they were not prepared for the fight coming through, and eventually they had to let that go. But they're going in the wrong direction. They're going into the plethora of Godlike's aggression. And Godlike, they are now in a fight between SATL again re-inclining into this battle. But there's Team Tycoons and Aiku Reckoning also in the mix.
Well, 12 teams still intact with a lot of numbers intact. It's almost 8 minutes. That's very strong. Everybody is holding a good angle. So we both know what's going to happen by the end of the circle. It's going to be extremely chaotic. And talking about Aiku Reckoning, they are paving the way. Marco is spotted, barely surviving. Will he survive furthermore? There's no way he can survive this fight. There's no way he will be able to make it. But team support hops in, and the chrono will be deployed on both the ends. Rush coming in, uses a shotgun, and sure, there will be 2 knocks coming in from both the ends. And Ninja should be revived. And Vashishta in the mix got eliminated. They had good momentum, they had good positioning, they had everything that was needed while we were capturing the fight of Reckoning Esports. Vashishta lost its way.
This is why I was surprised from Vasista Esports. They show a strong game and they're known for a lot of it, but hey, I don't know what's happening today. Nonetheless, hey, this is the last game. Nothing much to be worried about. They have day 2 tomorrow. They will still be playing in it. But right now, worried are Jaunty Gaming. Because the fight is breaking out between Jaunty and Total Gaming. Because these are the top 2 contenders for the ticket. And in case, imagine Tanya, one of these 2 falter, it could be a ticket given away to another team.
It is a cold shoulder right now. Nobody picking up fight against each other. But do you think other teams are going to give them that sort of pause, allow them to just hold, having a lot of information that 2 players are already holding the tower? Look at Jarvis's position, holding the wooden shack and going for the lower sides of fights. Whereas if we talk about the overall damage criteria, Tiger, who is already eliminated, he was a number 1 position with almost 800 points of damage. Tiger, no more in this lobby for sure, but one of the strongest damage dealer. And on the grounds of Rivermouth, we do see Car 98 Army. This is the team who is actually waiting for the Titans to clash and for them to pave their way towards top 2. But before that, Aiku Reckoning fighting against Team SATL, and they're gatekeeping very nicely. And they have got an upper ground advantage.
Let's see if they convert. They just did one and find eliminations in their name. They will try to do a lot more because right now, as we said, it is break somebody's game, ruin it for them. Their chances of getting a ticket towards LAN, ruin it. Maybe they get it later and it might come out in the LAN itself as a fight and a rivalry, but right as now, on day 1, deny it. And so far, God's Reign, they've decided that they are going to be the ones. And 1 plus God's Reign, they pick up 1 elimination quickly against Aiku Reckoning, but it could stop. But on the other end, something started. That's going to be NG Pros versus Godlike, with SATL finding a little bit of an inch for themselves against Aiku Reckoning. Wow, Kaushik, what a wait and spot.
Through that, Patience paid a lot of rewards there, 5 elimination points on their name, and Manu also delivered a lot of damage to Godlike. That is what we saw in the elimination feed.
Fu. He thought he could take that airdrop to Anya, and now he's like, no, I'm not risking it again. He's instantly backed off. Vincent. He spotted the players of Team Tycoons, and Jonty Gaming, again, a similar situation. Nice shot coming in from him on this AC-80. But we've always seen that Jonty Gaming only pick up eliminations towards the late game, but it seems like Hitman, they were unable to recover him. Now they have to incline towards the vending machine. On the other end, Jonty Gaming might have picked up one elimination. NG Pros, they have spotted them. There was an elimination, but this being a long distance fight, a quick revival was done, and therefore Jonty Gaming now know in which angle they have to be worried about another team. While one could be in their forefront, Vincent watching them, who's the next behind them? They have the idea, but seems like Manu has made a dive for it.
Grenade launcher being introduced. Grenades being tossed. How is Manu going to survive this? Tanking a lot of damage. Using the inhaler. Flames being used here. There's no place that you could survive. Struggle hopping in the mix. Chrono will be deployed. This is a chaotic fight. Full team will jump into the tower. This is going to be a massive loss for Team Non-Stop Gamers. No. Jonty Gaming dodges the bullet and says goodbye. We do not wish to fight you. We want to go away. We want to survive. We want to qualify. We want to remain in top 2. And in the course, Non-Stop Gamers, all 4 players remain intact. Now that was a good decision made coming in from side of Jonty Gaming.
NG Pros showing their prowess. What an execution that was, and now Manu. He's shown this capability since yesterday, and that's working out again, grabbing a couple for his team on this tower. But it's not going to be enough, and as NG Pros now decide to take a jump, as the circle slightly shifted a little ahead of the tower. They spot Godlike, they know where 1+ God's Reign is, but look at the last 2 survivors from Jonty Gaming. They have no opportunities of going in for a vending machine and a revive. Kunal, as well as Jarvis, has to survive for the longest and hope for their counterparts, the table toppers who are right now sitting, get eliminated and they get the points. It is going to be tough. SATL get eliminated. That is a little bit of a good news for the other teams. But for how long is it going to work out? Revenant X Spark, is their last mile push going to work out to find a way to the top 2? Team Tycoons in big trouble. Wolverine was knocked but quickly revived. Lewis gets knocked, but that should be a revival coming through. A nade was tossed. Wolverine trying to buy time before he goes in for a revival. Lewis was just about and instantly goes back down. The launchers right now doing the trouble, but Wolverine decides, I'm going to go all in, hand them down and put Team Tycoons in trouble. But NG Pros, they're here to destroy another team's opportunity of qualification, because NG Pros are already far away, Tanya, and this might be a problem for Revenant X Spark.
And they are in a deep trouble over here. They made sure, NG Pros made sure to evacuate the tower. Now this is the time to evacuate the compound. Will it be successful? They've got eyes on Amin, and Team Tycoons will be eliminated by Godlike. And Yogi have keen eyes. We both know he is one of the finest snipers in the lobby to our Revenant X Spark for elimination points. And it's going to be a small compound to hold. All the way, one of the players, which is Lewis, have been revived and is going to reunite. Vending machine is out in the blue zone. It's Yogi and Kunal and Jarvis are near to the shack. This is the fight that we both want. We knew the result. There was nothing much that Godlike could have done, but it would have been interesting if at all there was a push.
If Revenant X Spark win this fight, there could be a probability, but the players are falling down. NG Pros, their execution is the finest in Free Fire Max India Cup that we've seen so far. They eliminate Revenant X Spark completely, a full-on push, but Total Gaming are right outside the compound. 1+ God's Reign, a nice setup, but it's not going to be enough because Car98, they are going all ham in. They want to qualify. They want to go to the LAN here in day 1 of week 3. Jonty Jarvis on the other end, pushing as much as he could, but delete. He puts Jonty Gaming down. The last man surviving, Car98, will end with a booyah. I don't think delete will have an opportunity. He puts Harsh down, but finally, it is going to be Soul getting this booyah for the team. And this is Car98 Army securing a big victory. The points will matter right now to see who gets the second spot.
Is it enough to go towards top 2? What an amazing performance from Soul, Harsh, Bodgot and Sid. They made sure to deliver whatever the best, and this was the race to qualify. It wouldn't have been any easier for sure, and they gave a tough time to each and every team while rotating. But I did notice one thing, one player each, one from Jaunty Gaming, one from Total Gaming. They both survived until top 4. Jaunty Gaming got eliminated. Total Gaming's one player survived until top 2. So the fight of top 2 is going to be very close. I do believe barely by the difference of 3 to 4 points, two teams are going to move ahead towards the LAN. They have already earned the tickets. We do not know the name yet. And I really want the calculation so fast that I cannot wait furthermore.
I hands down agree. That final game was played to perfection. I think R98 Army initial clash that they had could have been a big mess up for them. They could have been eliminated, and it was SATL versus Car98 Army. And we instantly saw Godlike making a push, and Car98 decided, hey, this is not the fight that we want right at the get-go. It doesn't seem like a clean fight. They cut, they peel off, they decide to go in another direction, and they play the survival. And during that survival, while all the other teams were fighting, exchanging their players, finding eliminations, Car98 Army kept all their 4 players standing, and that was the most smartest move. Total Gaming, while Car98 was doing this, they decided to take the center of the circle. Certain times it works, certain times it doesn't. And I think this time for Total Gaming it did not. The start of the day it did, because they were at the center. From there on they grabbed the booyah. But now at the center everybody surrounded them. Let's take a look at the final shot to see how this final moments cascaded to conclude. Jarvis tried his best. What a way for him to fight for Jaunty Gaming here. Does get a complete wipe on their opponent team of NG Pros, but alone would not be enough. And Delete timed it perfectly, but not enough to fight against the lot of Car98 Army. And look at them, overjoyed, so happy. Sid is just jumping across the camera all the way, dancing, and they have to celebrate because this is not an easy victory. What a way. They were at the 8th spot when they came up in our week 2 overall standings when the week 2 ended, and now imagine they are the top team and the first team mostly. We have to wait for the overall standings, but what a way to end game number 6.
It was one of the most stylish booyah procured, if at all they win the ticket. 29 total points with 17 massive elimination points. NG Pros sure did the dirty job. Sure, they made every other team derail in the competition, no matter whichever team. And Manu was the player to watch out for in terms of taking down knocks and picks and stopping the rotations, gatekeeping certain teams. So at this position, when we talk about NG Pros, sure they were not in the race of qualification, but they were the destructors of the teams who were trying to pile up their points and qualify. 1 plus God's Reign with 14 points, Godlike Esports 12 points, Team Total Gaming getting eliminated at 12 points, and they did not have much of buffer. From what I remember, it was barely 12 to 14 points, and they have 29 already.
12 and 10 points for Total Gaming and Jaunty Gaming. Who gets that spot? Was that enough against the lot of Car98 Army's total of 29 points? We will now finally unveil. And it is going to be Car98 Army in the top spot, and then at the second spot, even though the overall total score is similar, Total Gaming get that ticket, the second one to the LAN finals, to that September 28th champion rush fight that they'll be unlocking. And again, Total Gaming secure both the class squad and the BR tickets. What a way to move into the finals. But Jaunty Gaming, Tanya, that eliminations, and we even saw this, Total Gaming had the highest number of eliminations compared to NG Pros, even though NG Pros were in the top of the table at the end of week 2. And here again, irrespective, Car98 Army are at 90 points in total, Jaunty Gaming at 82, so close, but the difference of 2 elimination points costs them the ticket.
Well, it was a tie on number 2 position, and we both know the team to procure Booyah gets the ticket, and that is how Total Gaming winning the Booyah gets the ticket. But Team Car98 Army, 2 Booyahs, 47 placement points, 43 eliminations. They were on position 4, and they went in closer to the point where they derailed the top 2 teams, and now they are on the throne. Doesn't matter if it is position 1 or position 2. What exactly matters right right now. Two teams are declared qualifiers towards the grand finals. Jaunty Gaming and Total Gaming for the CS mode. And sure, you mentioned it nicely. Team Total Gaming has been qualified for the LAN phase for CS as well as Battle Royale. Talking about other teams, they also stand a room of opportunity to participate tomorrow. And again, tomorrow we are going to have two more teams qualifying towards the grand finals.
Jaunty Gaming, this is why we keep always talking about them in a manner of them getting always consistent points. They again do it. They get 10 to 12 points of what even Total Gaming were doing here in game number 6. But that booyah, and that's something I think Jaunty Gaming in general we have seen all the way from online qualifiers till now the league stage and now on week 3 day 1 is them not going for the booyah, them not sealing it when they have an opportunity. That could have been so close, Tanya. Maybe an opportunity for Jaunty Gaming, maybe they could have had an extra point which could have pushed them further to get themselves that hashtag 2 ticket, but it does not happen. Let's jump back to Car 98 Army. Bot God, the god for the team, the main pillar around the whole Car 98 Army, which functions to its best. And he has 7 eliminations, 4 assists, and Tatsuya to its best function that he used with the ACAT.
A perfect play coming in no matter what. Bot God plays incredibly clean in terms of Clash Squad mode, as well as if we have a look at the MVP in the Battle Royale mode. This is one of the finest player, the strongest pillar that Car 98 Army is already having. Have played enough. Now it's time for peace. They are not going to play furthermore until the grand finals in the Battle Royale mode. They have played very nicely, but now we also need to see he played very well. What other team supported him enough to play so well, because it is game of four members in one team. We are going to have Car 98's Army Soul going in for the Oscar, sure, an aggressive play being the rusher of the team. Harsh going in for the Chrono alongside Alvaro and Beastin equipped, and on the other side Tatsuya we have already talked about, and Sid the sniper using the Skylar. And for the information, we do see a lot of characters in the mix, so he did deliver when as and when needed. But talking about Bot God, my oh my, I cannot stop praising this man's skill set.
Yeah, I think Bot God was showing us his prowess even on CS squad matches yesterday, and unbelievable stuff. And I think finally today the team understood that they have to play together, make sure that Bot God doesn't feel all the pressure on his own self, help him out around, and I think we could clearly see that happening right even in Nexterra and from there on continuously. As I mentioned, this is out of the 6 games that we had, Car 98 Army had only one game where they got eliminated early with very few points. But out of all the other 5 games that we witnessed, they were in the top 5, top 4, and that helped them to secure even this last booyah, and that confidence worked out. Look at that damage coming through in an average of around 1200 per person, but Harsh going all out as the Grenadier at 2991 damage. That says a lot about him, and he was that crucial picture perfect nader who made sure that they were able to find those crucial final fights in their favor, and that's how Car 98 Army made it work. And with that, we have the final game summary of game 6 of week 3 day 1. It is again a tad bit of a high scoring game, 81 eliminations, 108 knocks, and a total damage of 59,000 with a total glue walls at 199, Tanya.
It was a good match, a lot of revivals, a game of survival where each and every team made sure to survive until the end with the same decision made coming in from each and every team. What happened was last circle full of chaos, full of fury, full of aggression, where it was all about third party, who could survive better, who could get some elimination points before the exit, and look at the damage dealt. It is one of the highest numbers for the entire day. So we all know today this particular map, everybody gave in their best. Sure, we got 2 teams, but also towards the 10 teams remaining, they still do have a room of opportunity to go ahead, qualify themselves towards the grand finals, because there are still more 10 slots remaining to qualify towards the grand final. So it's not the point where you have to get disheartened to the viewers of your favorite team or your favorite player. It's the day where we have got only 2 teams getting the spot on the grand finals. 10 more teams to go, so it's a long journey.
Yeah, they have an opportunity tomorrow, but congratulations to Car 98 Army and Total Gaming. You secure the first 2 spots for the grand finals of the Battle Royale. And it was not an easy one. You could clearly see off the hunger that each of their players had and the team as a whole, and that is the reason they've managed to convert. And I think you have to give it for Total Gaming. Even the points were so close. It was their start that helped them end the day on a high note, getting themselves the ticket. Otherwise, if they did not have that opening booyah, maybe things could have been different. There was, yes, that little elimination advantage also that they had, but nonetheless I think Jaunty Gaming now know what they have to concentrate a lot more on. And as you rightfully said, Tanya, you do not have to be disappointed as viewers that your teammates or your favorite teams did not qualify. They still have a chance. None of them are eliminated. Tomorrow the teams at the hashtag 13 and 14 are going to be joining in week 3 day 2 of Battle Royale, where we are going to be seeing which is the next top 2 teams getting their next 2 tickets, giving us at the end of week 3 the top 4 in the grand finals. It is an amazing run we have had in the opener for week 3 day 1. This just hypes me up for the day 2, and I don't know what to expect still.
Yeah, the action spoke louder than the words today. It was all about what strong teams and what strong play hopped in, and 2 flashy teams by the end of the day. What more do we want by the end of the day? A good action spotted coming in from all different directions. Each and every team performed very nicely. Now, I do feel bad for OnePlus God's Reign. Today they were in top 3. They got derailed. They got targeted over and over time. But let's hope whatever happened has happened, because scoreboard goes 0 once again, and these are the 12 teams participating for tomorrow. Jaunty Gaming, OnePlus God's Reign, Revenant, X-Park, Nightmare Esports, Godlike Esports, SHUL, No NG Pros, IQ Reckoning, Vashishta Esports, Team Tycoon, Genesis Esports, and Aerobots.
The 12 teams are set for week 3 day 2, and again on the hunt for the next 2 tickets. Jaunty Gaming, after what happened today, they would want a little more and make sure that tomorrow's ticket is going to be written in their name and nobody else. However, OnePlus God's Reign towards the end of it started picking up momentum. They had the groove. They knew what they had to do, and I think that last game which they were playing here in Alpine almost looked like they had an opportunity along with the likes of Revenant, X-Park, but the team at now 7th position, NG Pros, they played an unbelievable run at that final circle fight. They first jumped towards the likes of Jaunty Gaming, pushed them off the tower, then jumped towards Revenant, X-Park, forced them off, caused trouble for OnePlus God's Reign. So it's going to be an interesting week tomorrow. But the teams who have to now start pulling their socks up for day 2 is going to be Vashishta Esports, IQ Reckoning, and Team Tycoons. These 3 teams did not have the, I would say, the expectations maybe that we had of their performance to what actually came on paper was nowhere in relation, especially on how they played in our earlier week 1 and week 2 of the league stage. But joining with them, Genesis and Aerobots, this is going to increase the momentum as well as the pressure of the competition for tomorrow.
Yeah, I would agree whatever you said. Obviously, it falls into the right places. We have built-in expectations coming in from all the way towards in-game qualifiers to online qualifiers towards the league stage week 1, week 2. Now we are on the platform of week 3. We do have 2 flashy teams already moving, and these are the 2 teams who are going to sleep like a baby today. They have made their way, but there are 12 teams who are going to prep up their rotations, their drop points, their strategy. So all the best to 12 teams. You have to prepare the best, because still there are 10 more slots to qualify towards grand final.
Those are very crucial. Imagine in TEZ FFMIC India Cup 2025, the best 12 teams making it to the grand finals and your name is written in it. That is going to be a big, irrespective of whoever becomes the champion at it, Tanya, for me, you making it to the grand finals, being the best top 12 teams of India is already a big credit that you have on your shoulders, and I think you should look forward to it. It is going to be getting tougher as we are going to go to the next few weeks, but as you rightfully said, for the top 2 teams who managed to get that ticket today and who are going to get tomorrow as well, they will have as you said, yes, sleeping like a baby. They have couple of weeks that they can rest, figure things out, while the others, they have to again go towards week 4. But before we head towards week 4, tomorrow is still under question. We have 12 teams ready. The scores have been reset. Who are going to be table topping tomorrow to get the tickets, the 1 and 2? We'll see and break down the action tomorrow. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and tune in again at the same time tomorrow, because we will unlock the next 2 tickets. See ya and have a great evening.